welcome you to this event and say good morning to our esteemed guests, our colleagues and friends. It is my great honor to welcome you to the Mosala Symposium, a gathering of minds and hearts dedicated to exploring the rich intersections of theology, culture, and society. We are thrilled to have you join us today as we engage in meaningful discussions, debates, and reflections on the significance of Mosala's thought and legacy. Your presence here is a testament to the enduring impact of his work and the importance of continuing his legacy. Over the next few hours, we will delve into the complexities and nuances of Mosala's ideas, exploring the relevance to our contemporary contexts and challenges. We will be treated to insightful presentations, lively panel discussions, and enriching conversations that will surely expand our horizons and deepen our understanding. As we gather here today, we do so in a spirit of humility, curiosity, and openness. We recognize that the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom is a collective endeavor, one that requires us to listen and learn from and engage with one another. Before we begin, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our guest of honor, Professor PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala. I would like to acknowledge our Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Mashau, and I would also like to acknowledge the Chair of Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies, Professor Hurisani Ramantwana. And I'm also extending the same heartfelt greetings to our keynote speakers, our panelists, and organizers for their tireless efforts. And I'm making a great mistake. I forgot to greet the director of the school, Professor Madise. Apologies for that. So colleagues, you are welcome here at UNISA. The Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies, housed in the College of Human Sciences, welcomes you. And without further ado, let us begin our exploration of Mosala's thought and legacy. May our discussions be fruitful, our debates be respectful, and our encounters be transformative. We are going to get right into our program right now, and I'm just going to make a few announcements. Colleagues, you are not allowed to eat in here. Please do not eat in here, and if water is allowed, but please carry your bottle with you, and please exit with it when you exit the venue. And secondly, now we are going to welcome the Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Mashau, on stage to welcome us and give us a message of encouragement from the deaneries. Thank you, Professor Mashau.
Program Director, Dr. Lerato Mukwena. Thank you very much for this opportunity that you have given me to do a welcome address on behalf of the College of Human Sciences Deanery. Professor Mukhele Madise, School Director, Humanities. Professor Ramantswana, Chair of the Department, Biblical and Ancient Studies. Our esteemed guest, Professor PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala, Dr. Ombana, and all other speakers that will be presenting this morning. Nimacheloni, Ausheni, Dumelang, Sanbonan. I'm here to welcome you on behalf of the University of South Africa, which is led by Professor Puleng Kabula, and also on behalf of the College of Human Sciences, which is led by Professor ZZ Nkosi, a college with more than 52,000 students. one of the biggest colleges in the university. And welcome to a home of theology, a home of ecumenical and Black theology in particular. Program Director, the theme of this symposium is for me a timely topic, because we are here to honor one of our elders, one of our stalwarts in theology, a giant in his own right. And we are here to critically reflect on his biblical hermeneutics and his praxis, in particular his activism, in terms of how best we can use the Bible, one that was weaponized to disadvantage and marginalize our people, use it to our advantage in advancing the cause of justice, the cause of Ubuntu moving forward. And thank you very much, Professor Ramanswana, for this timely moment that we are able to pause and reflect and drink from our own well moving forward, which is part and parcel of what the decolonial and Africanization project is all about, drinking from our own wells. Apartheid, whiteness, white supremacy, justice, human rights, ethical leadership, global wars continue to marginalize or to rear the ugly head in the global south. And of course, we need to reflect once again on the role that the church can play moving forward. We live in the context that I call context of death and dying, the value of the shadow of death, or journeying in the valley of Baca, of crying, mourning. Even as Easter is approaching, we are like a sheep to a slaughter. We are tossed around and pressed hard by the dictates of current geopolitics, neo-capitalist systems, life-denying political regimes that are like vampires wanting to drink our own blood as humanities, in particular of Black bodies. And as theologians, it is therefore still our responsibility to reflect on the hard issues that our people are faced with, including issues, challenges around poverty, unemployment, and inequality. But we also live in the context where the agency of Black bodies continue to be denied and marginalized. For instance, to date we talk the age of Homo digitalis and massification of technology within the context of AI, fourth industrial or even fifth industrial revolution. And this timely topic, give theology its world, feet, and hands, says we also need to reflect around the geopolitics, even of the very technologies that we trying to advance in this age and hour. Over against the Eurocentric approach to techno advancement that seeks to replace humanity in many ways. You know, your Musk will be even dreaming of another planet where the human being will be replaced by robots. We should push for African digital humanities that recenters Umuntu and Ubuntu as co-creators and managers of AI in the likeness of humanities. You know the mantra that humanity was created in the likeness of God. And we have to add to say, look, AI was created in the likeness of humanity, and therefore it should be to the service of humanity instead of competing and even replacing humanity. We need to push to Ubuntuify the digital spaces by subverting the geopolitics of space, data affordability, access, and continued capital monopoly that benefits the West in the main. We need to push for the need to recover alternative constructs of humanity as we affirm the agency of African bodies in particular. We need to push for the Ubuntu ethics in the age where data theft and manipulation is facilitated by tools such as ChatGPT. The optics of African scholars such as Professor Itumeleng Mosala and their lived experience that gave birth and propelled the agenda of decolonization and Africanization through the lenses of Black theology of liberation must help us to overcome current challenges. In conclusion, with these words, Program Director Dr. Mkwena, I want to welcome you all to a home of not only theology, but ecumenical and Black theology, a home of Africanization. As we make efforts to even transform and decolonize our curriculum, our endeavor is nothing but efforts to give theology its world, its feet, and its hands, as we prepare our students not only for employability, but also job creation by being theological entrepreneurs. This indeed calls for a contextual reading of the Bible or the biblical text, as Professor Itumeleng Mosala did. A hearty welcome. Botanganetso.
Thank you so much, Professor Mashau. We always appreciate the support that we get from the deanery. You are a very involved DED and very supportive at that. And we appreciate you so much that every time when we call you, you answer and you are willing to give us support. So thank you so much for that, Prof. Colleagues, now we're going to move on to the next speaker, and I would like to welcome on the stage our school director, Professor Madise, to give us an outline and purpose of the event and also formally welcome us. Prof.
Good morning, colleagues. First, let me thank the program director, Ms. Lerato, and then the Deputy Executive Dean, Professor Mashao, and then the head of the department, Professor Ramanjwan. I must also pass my greetings to Professor Mosala Tower, as we know him. He's somebody that I have known him for some years now. And I'm standing here to just basically give the purpose of this gathering or this symposium. As what Professor Mashao has already said, the theme is giving theology its world feet and hence a critical reflection. Some of you would know very well that Professor Mosala is not just only a professor, but is a legend or somebody who has left a legacy, especially in the field of theology and biblical hermeneutics. So today the purpose is to honor him with that and to also look at the remarkable contribution he has made, especially in biblical hermeneutics, as well as his activism or involvement in activism in a very larger space, which is basically a social space. His contribution in theology cannot be ignored, especially that he has practicalized both biblical hermeneutics as well as black theology through his activism. And the purpose here today is to also try and see how best, and Professor Mashao has already alluded to that, that the world has evolved so much that it has become digital. And within this digitization, we need to also talk about more to and all of those things. To say, how then do we make sure they don't take over the world, but that theology and biblical hermeneutics tend to be the ones that determine what is it that humanity should be all about. His contribution has basically demonstrated how current theology, or what current theologies can do to be prophetic. One of the things that we have missed, or that we are missing as current theologians or current crop of theologians, is that the prophetic voice seemed to have just diminished since 1994. Little is said about the prophetic voice or a theological voice from both the church as well as from theologians. His critical mind has given him the legendary status, both in the academic as well as in the intellectual space. A number of times it tends to be a habit that some of our people are localizing this legend, when in essence his critical mind, especially around biblical hermeneutics, has made him a scholar both locally and internationally, and therefore it is befitting to really look and reflect on how can we look at what Mosala has given us, the theology that we need to reflect on, to say what are the feet and hands of theology. The critical reflections on that, one of those is activism. Two, theological or prophetic voice theologically. And three, how can the church be involved, both socially, economically, and politically? And I know that when I raise these 3 points, this is part of your language that you normally speak about on a daily basis, and you are not leaving it behind. The reflection is all about how do we then mold theology into the future, the history that we have gone through with you. How can that history give us direction into the future? What do we need to do? Maybe this symposium is also an awakening of that prophetic voice that we were involved with in the past, because the world today has evolved from the yesteryear's world. Remember yesterday, theology was involved against fighting apartheid. And today, what is it that prophetic theology should do going forward? And with these few words, I want to say to every one of you, welcome into the School of Humanities, which is housed in the College of Human Sciences by the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies. Biblical and Ancient Studies. Okay. Yeah. And all I can say is, Tower, we're going to enjoy you today. It's time to actually reflect not only on you as a theologian and a biblical scholar, but also as a human being and the tower that you are. I was talking to you earlier to say, I missed you last week in another occasion that we were supposed to, that I was supposed to be, and due to unforeseen circumstances, I could not make it. But your presence in many instances has always shaken the minds of many people to say, how do we move forward? And I think this is befitting to reflect on that and to say, how do we build on the foundation that you have already put forth? Ours is just to put one brick on top of another. And for that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Madise, the school director. And I think these are the privileges that we enjoy, that in management we have theologians. So yeah, we enjoy those privileges and we are very grateful. And thank you so much to both professors for welcoming us. I don't know if, okay, my chair can't say anything because he's in the program. So, so colleagues, now we are going to move on to the next point in our program. Colleagues who have just came in, we had put programs for you here on these chairs. So if you'd like a program, please take it. It's here. But please let's walk this way so that we don't interfere. I need the camera on my face so that we don't interfere with streaming. But okay, someone will assist us there with distributing the programs. Colleagues, now we are going to move on to the rigorous part of our program, which is the delivery of papers. We are going to have an intellectual stampede, and we are very fortunate. We are going to start with my chair of department, Professor Hurisani Ramanswana, who's going to give us a paper in honor of Professor PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala. Prof, welcome.
Good morning, colleagues and our guests to the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies. We are greatly honored to have you in our midst today, and we certainly hope that you will enjoy this symposium. It is an honor for me to present today as we reflect on the legacy of Professor PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala. My talk today is under the theme, A Black Conscious Reflection on Mosala's Hermeneutical Approach and the Decolonial Turn. Steve Biko made this call. We have to rewrite our history and produce in it the heroes that formed the core of our resistance to the white invaders. It is to this call that we have chosen to respond as a means of awakening our Black consciousness. I choose to retell our history from the perspective of Old Testament studies in South Africa. When the late Uri Leroux told the story of Old Testament studies in his A Story of Two Ways, 30 years of Old Testament scholarship in South Africa, he regarded the period 1957 to 1987 as the golden era of Old Testament scholarship in South Africa. However, The story was told from a white perspective, and it did not feature any black scholars of the time. Black consciousness is not just a philosophy, it is also a perspective on history that reveals what remains invisible to white consciousness. Our goal is not to appease those who undermined our history and rendered us invisible in their eyes, but rather to tell our story as we see it. This approach allows us to bring forth our histories, her stories, which lie buried under the rubble of colonial and apartheid oppression, so that they can finally be heard. Therefore, I intend to tell it as I like it. I would like to reiterate a claim that I made a few years ago, that the story of Old Testament scholarship in South Africa can also be told from the margins. In this story, the year 1987, which for Leroux marked the end of the golden era of white Old Testament scholarship, marks for us who were in the margins the beginning of a new era. This was the year that PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala completed his PhD, which was and his research was subsequently published in 1989. And therefore, Mosala's book, Biblical Hermeneutics and Black Theology in South Africa, has since its publication significantly shaped black biblical scholarship in South Africa. While Mosala's contribution has often been told from the perspective of black theology, it has to be told also from the perspective of Old Testament scholarship. Therefore, I will argue in this paper that Prof. Mosala's hermeneutics laid the foundation for the decolonial turn in South African Old Testament scholarship, or you can even say in biblical scholarship in general. In retelling the story, one can retell the story without even featuring in the story. I would like to feature myself just a little bit in the story. Those involved in black theology in the 1970s, 80s, and the 1990s were not just theologians and pastors, they were also politically involved and politically charged. Furthermore, those who contributed in black theology were not simply theologians. When the Carios document was published, I was just 5 years old. When the Unquestionable Right to be Free was published, I was 6. The South Africa that I inherited as a teenager is one that the black theologians of that time fought for, and their labors were not in vain. However, what I inherited and many others came with its own set of struggles. And those struggles continue. We inherited a sinister system that is intended to keep us on the underside of the colonial matrix of power in the global scheme of things. What my generation inherited is a system of accommodation that is willing to accommodate us without necessarily setting us free, because in accommodating us within its class, politics, and its capitalist system and its global structures, it continues to enslave us by maintaining the structures of coloniality. A system that is willing to listen to some white Afrikaner bunch whose protectionism is more important than all the lives of black people in this country. We live with the constant reminders that blacks' lives don't matter, just as Palestinian lives don't matter. My encounter with Mosala's hermeneutics dates back to 2002, when I was pursuing my theological studies at the then Potchefstroom University of Christian Higher Education. It was in a module in which we dealt with the approaches to reading the Bible. One of the books that was prescribed was Initiation into Theology, the Rich Variety of Theology and Hermeneutics, which was published in 1998. In this anthology, Simon Maimela's chapter on Black theology offered a concise yet thought-provoking introduction to Black theology, at least for me at that time. I found myself grappling with a limited understanding of Black theology, which was further exacerbated by the prevailing attitude of my lecturers, who were generally critical of it, and basically there was nothing more said about it in that institution. Nevertheless, an uncomfortable reality loomed over my educational experience. The classes were starkly divided along racial lines, with separate classes conducted in English for Black students and Afrikaans classes for Afrikaners. Studying at a previously white-only university seemed like a privilege. However, racism was still alive and well. And during the moments of Afrikaner hype, the old flags were paraded on the campus by white students. In my class, we were 2 Black students, and therefore it meant that for the 6 years that I was studying at Potch, we attended class being 2 Black students in the class. And the experience of Blackness was a reality that we could not ignore. During my studies there at Potchefstroom, I also conducted practical ministry in the Black churches which were located in the farms. On Sundays, we will drive around the farms, picking up people, taking them to church, preach to them, and then drop them off again in their farms, in the farms. Our Black people on the farms were laborers, not farm owners. They did not own the means of production. Our Black people were poor and landless and lived as they accommodated others in the land of their ancestors. From the farmlands at Potchefstroom, my practical ministry took me to Soweto, where I grappled with the situation of damnation and landlessness of the Black masses in the urban areas of South Africa. Moreover, the Reformed churches in South Africa that I was part of were racially divided. The idea of a rainbow nation was a reality that was maintained in the church by keeping the synods racially divided. The rainbow nation did not imply breaking down the barriers of separation. The attempts that were made towards unity at the time proved elusive. My second encounter with Mosala's hermeneutics was when I was pursuing my PhD at Westminster Theological Seminary. When I started with my PhD, I was particularly drawn to the concept of passive resistance as espoused by Gandhi and also Martin Luther King as a framework for liberation, which I hoped to utilize in reading the biblical book of Daniel. However, it was not to be, as I struggled to make sense of apocalyptic literature and abandoned the idea. Furthermore, I had to abandon the idea because the institution that I was part of basically was not geared to such kinds of interrogation of the text. However, when I was taking a course on critical methodologies, that I was drawn to reflect on the Bible, on the use of the Bible in the South African context, and to consider its role in justifying apartheid and in the struggle for freedom. It was in this reflection that I came to appreciate the hermeneutical significance of Mosala's hermeneutics, particularly his call for a critical appropriation of the Bible. During that time, I also came across two anthologies edited by Fernando F. Segovia and Mary Ann Tolbert on reading from this place, which highlighted the importance of reading the Bible in light of our own social context, thereby underscoring the importance of social location and the role of biblical readers in generating meaning from the text. Furthermore, during my time in the US, due to financial hardship and to learn to survive, I had to engage with those in the Latino communities and also in the African American communities. This in turn led me to appreciate Black theology anew, particularly as hermeneutically articulated by Professor PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala. My encounter with Professor Mosala's work was not as a result of finding myself steeped in Black theology per se, but from the perspective of the Old Testament studies, as I embraced his works and also got drawn to his hermeneutical reflections. Black theology in South Africa, which emerged in the late 1960s, presents a rich tapestry of thought and interpretation derived from various influences, including Black theology in the United States, the Black consciousness movement, Latin American liberation theology, and more recently, the decolonial movement. As Maimela insightfully pointed out, Black theology does not say the same thing all the time, which highlights its dynamic and evolving nature. Despite this diversity of Black theology is anchored by several core tenets. First and foremost, liberation is regarded as the central theme woven throughout Scripture, highlighting the importance of freedom not just as a spiritual matter, but as a reality that must be experienced in the lived experience of those in the margins. Second, God is viewed as a liberator, intimately connected to the experiences of those living under oppression. This perspective portrays God as standing in solidarity with the marginalized and the poor. Thus, Black theology is not neutral. It has its preference, the oppressed. Finally, the interpretation of Scripture is approached through the lens of those who are marginalized and oppressed, ensuring that their experience and voices are central to their theological reflection. Moore states the following regarding Black theology, methodology, or hermeneutics. I quote, "What was most distinctive about Black theology was its theological method. In essence, this was grounded in the conviction that in a racist society, racism not only structures the experiences of the oppressors and their victims differently, it also makes them see and interpret things differently. As such, the nature and meaning of the gospel is understood differently when it is approached within the experiential context of white oppressors from what it is when Black experiences and aspiration inform the interpretation. While Black theology has these as some of its core tenets that unify its discourse, it is far from being hermeneutically monolithic," close quote. Thus, Black theology was methodologically opposed to white racist theology of the church, which perpetuated the colonial apartheid agenda and the political oppression of the black masses. In Buthelez's terms, black theology is nothing but a methodological formula whose genius consists in paying tribute to the fact that the theological honesty cannot but recognize the peculiarity for the black man's situation. In the introduction to the Unquestionable Right to be Free, Essays in Black Theology, edited by Prof. Mosala and Buti Shakale, Mokgethi Moshabi highlighted several points regarding black theology in South Africa, and I just note two things here. First, he noted that black theology in its initial stages was polemic and definitional, with some passing allusions to method. Secondly, in the subsequent phase of black theology, represented by the papers published in The Unquestionable Right to be Free, there was a shift in focus as methodology took center stage. As he indicated, the emphasis shifted towards Marxist analysis as a method. Mosala's hermeneutics emerged as a response to the foundation laid by the first generation of black theologians, while also drawing from other perspectives. Mosala criticized the first generation of black theologians for having turned black theology into not having turned black theology into a genuine weapon of the struggle for the masses due to its reliance on the bourgeoisie biblical hermeneutical assumptions. In Mosala's reasoning, the following contributed to this state of affairs. First, the black masses did not find it useful in their struggles. Second, that black theology's discourse was dominated by the educated blacks, and there was a disconnect with the grassroots movements. And third, black theologians struggled to forge links between struggles of black working class. In so doing, Mosala presented a biblical hermeneutics for the scriptures on steroids. In Mosala's hermeneutics, there is a shift of emphasis from theology to critical analysis of biblical texts. Many black theologians approached black theology with the understanding that it functioned as a situational theology or contextual theology. This perspective suggested that black theology was fundamentally intertwined with two key aspects. First, the Bible is read through the experience of the oppressed, and second, the Bible as the word of God or divine revelation is to be applied within the unique circumstances faced by the oppressed masses. As Duane notes, black theology seeks to understand and to articulate what, in the light of the revelation in the past, God is doing now for the redemption of his people. Thus, some black theologians, insofar as they followed Cone methodologically, felt that he placed too much emphasis on the black experience, and here I'm referring particularly to Alan Boesak. For Mosala, South African black theologians and their American counterparts that they followed, such as James Cone and Cornel West, had a notion of the Bible as the Word of God, which in Mosala's view implied that they viewed the Bible as a non-ideological Word of God that can be made ideologically only through its application. Mosala raised the following hermeneutical challenges to this view. First, black theology operated with the view that the Bible is the Word of God, which in turn implied that the Bible is above criticism. This view, of course, tied to the theological understanding of the Bible as a divine book or its divine origin or as God's revelation. For Mosala, the view of the Bible as the Word of God, which is above criticism, is problematic as it turns the Bible into a book that simply requires obedience and therefore cannot be questioned. Second, black theology often had a blind spot regarding class, race, gender struggles within the Bible. The result of such blind spot in turn implied a selective use of the Bible. Third, black theology often overlooked the ideological nature of biblical texts. For Mosala, black theology and liberation theology in general tended to adopt ancient Israelis' bourgeoisie interest uncritically. In Mosala's view, the Bible should be viewed as a text through which the dominant class interests are perpetuated. Therefore, when the Bible is viewed as the Word of God, the ruling class interests in the Bible are converted into a faith that transcends social, political, racial, sexual, and economic division. Fourth, black theology, by presupposing that the Bible is the Word of God, takes a hermeneutical posture that is ahistorical, cultureless, free of economic interest, genderless, raceless, non-sexist, by placing the gospel on the realm of universality, which reduces black theology to contextualization of the universal principles. For Mosala, the hermeneutical approach to the Bible that presupposes that the Bible is the Word of God fails to bring out the real nature of the biblical liberation, because it presumes that liberation exists everywhere unproblematically in the Bible. In his view, the Bible should be viewed as a product and a site of social, historical, cultural, gender, racial, and ideological struggles. The hermeneutical problem of viewing the Bible as the Word of God continued to filter through, not simply within black theology, but also in the theology of Reconstruction as propagated by Charles Villavicencio and Jesse Mugambe, among others. 5 minutes. Whew. Farisani, following in the footsteps of Mosala, has persuasively argued that these scholars tend to overlook the ideological nature of the biblical text in their attempt to construct a theology of renewal and reconstruction. Mosala's challenge to black theology's presupposition of the Bible as the Word of God, in my view, rocked the Black Theology Guild, compelling black theologians to rethink their hermeneutical framework and sending shockwaves through the black churches. 3 distinctive responses emerged from this. First, those who regarded the Bible as a book of faith dug their heels deep, holding on to their theological position that the Bible is the Word of God. Second, those who accepted Mosala's challenge started reading the Bible critically to avoid colluding with the oppressive voices in the biblical text. And third, those who completely rejected the Bible and regarded the Bible as an oppressive tool which is not useful in the struggle for liberation. If the Bible should not be viewed as a starting point, as Mosala argued, then what should be the starting point? For Mosala, it is the historical and cultural struggles of the black people that should be the exegetical starting point. Mosala argued that the social, cultural, political, and economic world of the black working class and peasantry constitutes the only valid hermeneutical starting point for black theology of liberation. Mosala, in terms of his hermeneutics, adopted what he calls the historical materialist reading of the Bible, drawing from Marx's analysis of society and influenced by Norman Gottwald and also Terry Eagleton's socio-political literary theory. In utilizing the term historical materialism, Mosala was in a way also following Gottwald. For Mosala, the tools derived from these perspectives enabled the analysis of the biblical text in a way that can center the struggles of the oppressed. And in terms of his analysis, Mosala employed the same method in terms of the struggles inherent in Black cultural history to examine the struggles present in and behind the text. Therefore, Mosala's analysis probes issues relating to the mode of production and forces of production in ancient Israel. I think my time, I am seriously behind time. Let me skip the majority of what I have here. I guess I over-prepared. The next section that I was going to deal with basically relates to how Mosala's hermeneutics anticipates the decolonial term. The question has often been asked, what is the relevance of Black theology in democratic South Africa? Stated differently, what is the future of Black theology in South Africa? I am not interested in answering that question. My interest is on Mosala's hermeneutics, which in my view continue to influence biblical scholarship in the current context. Its relevance lies in its anticipation of the decolonial turn in biblical scholarship. The decolonial turn in biblical scholarship arises from the growing awareness that our current social location remains influenced and constrained by the enduring structures of coloniality. This realization is cognizant of the colonial legacies that still shapes the Black lives in the post-colonial, post-apartheid South Africa. Mosala argued that the Black struggle can be divided into epochs in terms of means of or modes of production: communal, tributary, and capitalist stages. While Mosala's approach highlights some of the struggles, it does not necessarily imply that this is the only valid approach for conceptualizing the struggle. Noteworthy, however, is Mosala's caution against uncritical appropriation of historical diverse features of Black history and culture. What is important is the ideological choices that we make in conceptualizing the Black struggle in light of contemporary discourse. The decolonial turn, in my view, offers a mode of analysis for our current situation following the attainment of the so-called political freedom in the 1990s and the country's subsequent transition into democracy. The demise of the colonial apartheid regime did not necessarily result in the demise of the racial hierarchies that privilege those who are of European descent or white. The Constitution claims that South Africa embraces the value of non-racialism and non-sexism. However, the unfolding events surrounding land expropriation is again revealing the body politics at play as white privilege is once again entrenched. The recent United States of America's executive order by Donald Trump communicates visibly that white lives or Afrikaners' lives matter more than Black lives, just as Israeli lives matter more than Palestinians' lives. Let me move to the conclusion. The decolonial turn in biblical hermeneutics does not represent a shift away from Black theology, rather an enriching evolution of the liberation and the decolonial agenda. This evolution is crucial given the ongoing presence of colonial structures that continue to shape our contemporary post-colonial, post-apartheid South Africa. exploring the history of Black Old Testament scholarship in this country with its rich tapestry of insights and contributions with foundational figures who have significantly influenced the field. In my view, Professor PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala deserves the recognition as a father of Black Old Testament scholarship in South Africa, a claim that I have made before and I'm making now because I can tell it as I like it.
Yes, colleagues, this is my chair of department. We are led well. We are led very well. Professor Ramantwana, thank you so much. You didn't over-prepare. You are just always ready. You're just always ready. Colleagues, as you know, we are streaming, and this vacuum that we have created here doesn't look good. Can we try together? And please, I'm humbly asking, can we just, because when, when the camera, there are no people here when it appears online. Tawa, you're also very far. Can we please colleagues, just here, if we can just concentrate here so that it looks a bit sloppy online. Thank you. President, you can come up front, please. Thank you. Yes, colleagues, thank you so much for your support. Right. Colleagues, we are still in the section of reflecting on Professor Mosala's hermeneutics. And then next we are it's going to be a feast. It's going to be a feast of ideas. We are very fortunate as well. We have the president of AZAPO here with us. So we are going to hear a lot of great things today. Tawa, we are going to unpack you layer by layer. We want to hear about your activism, about your theology. And I appreciate Professor Ramantwana's paper as well right now because, in undergrad, we used to have this dual way of thinking about our disciplines. We used to think that systematic theologians are the aristocrats of thinking. They are dealing with dogma. And we biblical scholars were thought of to be heretics. And then you have church historians. We used to think they're just engrossed with nostalgia. No one really spoke about practical theologians. They used to criticize philosophers because they wanted to change the world while they only thought about it. So I appreciate what Professor Ramantwana says, that the work of Tawa anticipates. So it also shatters these hierarchical ways of thinking about disciplines because you live in both worlds simultaneously. Because when I came into theology, I thought you were just a black theologian. It never occurred to me that you were actually trained in biblical hermeneutics. So, but now that it has been anticipated, we are aware of it. So now we are going to welcome on stage the unit leader of New Testament and related literature, Dr. Hombana. He's going to give us something as well on Professor Mosala's hermeneutics. Mfundisi, you are welcome.
Dumelang, molweni, sanibona. My warm and special greetings to the deanery, Professor Mashao, Professor Modise, and our one and only Professor Ngosi in absentia, and as well as my COD, and our esteemed guest, Tawa, Sanibona. Let me quickly launch into my paper. Of course, I'm coming from the New Testament, a very short testament, unlike the Old Testament, only 27 books, so I'll stick to my 27 minutes. And then, yeah. I've entitled my paper today as
Mosala's materialistic reading of Luke 10:25 to 37. Mosala's materialistic reading of Luke 10:25 to 37. It's just a term I coined, Tower. Mosala, I mean, how Prof. Mosala reads the text. Part of my first part of my paper, Prof. Ramotswane, has already delved into that. However, I've prepared it. I'm going to take you through anyway. In an interview conducted by Ilizwi FM during the third Welile Mazamisa Symposium, which was to be held at Stellenbosch University, with a particular focus theme on Prof. Mosala hermeneutical contribution in South Africa. Professor Tinyiko Maluleka profoundly observed the contribution of the two towering figures in Black liberation theology, that is Professor Itumeleng Jeremiah Mosala and Professor Welile Mazamisa. He remarkedly that these scholars brought the Bible into the discourse, which was unique, while others brought other theological disciplines. These two got a different testament into the dialogue, Mosala focusing on the Old Testament and Mazamisa on the New Testament. While these two dismantle these testaments, Prof. Mofokeng, Maimela, and the list is long, follow each of these and systematize their findings for advancement of Black liberation theology in our country. To that end, I salute you, Prof. Mofokeng in absentia, and the list of the towers that I've alluded earlier. According to Maluleka, this is a dialectic that Black theology of liberation finds its soul. Building upon this perspective, one can assert that the Black theology of liberation finds its world, hands, and feet within this dynamic engagement. The present study briefly aims to describe Mosala's contribution to biblical hermeneutics, outlining his theoretical framework and applying it to the well-known New Testament parable, the parable of the Good Samaritan in Luke 10:25 to 37. This paper investigates the implications of Mosala's hermeneutical approach for post-colonial South Africa, particularly within an ongoing discourse on class struggle, economic justice, and the role of biblical interpretation in social political transformation. Mosala's approach to biblical hermeneutics is rooted in historical materialism and a critical engagement with biblical text as an ideological products. Unlike structuralist methodologies, which tend to adopt a Eurocentric and universalistic stance in biblical interpretation, Mosala aligns himself with reader response and contextual hermeneutics, emphasizing the social struggle of the non-elite, particularly poor Black South Africans. However, his approach is uniquely distinguished by its materialist reading of Scripture, asserting that biblical texts are not neutral, but products of historical class struggles. Itumeleng Jeremiah Mosala stands as a critical voice in South African biblical hermeneutics, advancing a historical materialist approach that interrogates the ideological underpinnings of biblical text. His seminal work, Biblical Hermeneutics and Black Liberation Theology, published in 1989, he argues that Scripture must be read with a hermeneutic of suspicion, as a biblical text often serves the interest of ruling elites rather than inherently promoting the liberation of those on the margins. This perspective challenges the traditional liberation theology movement that was popular in his time, which assumes the Bible neutral contains emancipatory themes. In post-1994 South Africa, Mosala's historical materialistic hermeneutics remains relevant, particularly considering the persistent socio-economic disparities and structural injustices. Despite political liberation, economic inequalities, landlessness, and racial injustice remain deeply entrenched, disproportionately affecting Black South Africans. The neoliberal economic policies that followed apartheid's demise have exacerbated poverty, making a class-conscious reading of a biblical text even more critical. Additionally, the rise of the prosperity gospel movements has further complicated South African theology, as these ideologies often legitimize economic inequality by attributing wealth to divine favor at the expense of the oppressed. Sadly, colonial theological frameworks continue to shape South African biblical scholarship, necessitating decolonial approaches that foregrounds African epistemologies. Historical materialism, rooted in Marxist thought, asserts that material conditions, such as economic structures and class relations, fundamentally shape society, culture, and ideology. In biblical interpretation, historical materialism critiques religious texts as products of specific socio-economic contexts rather than timely divine revelation. This approach challenges idealist reading of Scripture by emphasizing the material realities of the oppressed within Black societies. Traditional liberation theology, as developed by theologians like Gustavo Gutierrez and James Cone, seeks to identify themes of justice and liberation within Scripture. This approach assumes that the Bible contains divine solidarity with the poor and can be directly appropriated to contemporary struggles against oppression. Furthermore, Mosala notes that white radical scholars mistakenly conflate all theologies of liberation under the Latin American paradigm. This discourse imperialism ignores the unique socio-political and cultural context of other oppressed communities. Cornel West critiqued this Eurocentrism in Marxist thought, highlighting how even leftist movements can carry oppressive European attitudes. Hence, Mosala contends that in South Africa, Black theology of liberation emerged as a distinct form of theology of liberation, addressing the theological justification of apartheid and challenging racial oppression. For example, he critiques the Davidic monarchy narratives as reflecting the interest of elite scribes rather than marginalized communities. Again, Mosala examines Esther within the framework of Black feminist lenses of liberation. Rather than defending the broader movement of theology of liberation, the book of Esther, said Mosala, presents a complex gender dynamics. While some readings emphasize Vashti's resistance or Esther's strategic influence, Mosala's ideological critique suggests that the book ultimately upholds an oppressive imperial system rather than challenging it. From a Black feminist perspective, Esther cannot be uncritically claimed as a liberating text for African women. Instead, a revolt of the reader is necessary to expose the text limitations and patriarchal assumptions. In other words, Mosala's historical materialistic hermeneutic does not assume that the Bible is inherently liberating, but rather interrogates its complexity in systems of oppression. His approach calls for a radical rereading of biblical text from the perspective of the oppressed, using class struggle as the primary analytic tool. This distinguishes him from mainstream liberation theologians who seeks to extract liberating themes from Scripture rather than deconstructing its ideological structures. Having outlined this framework, now we move on to focus on the text of Luke and use Mosala optics in reading this particular parable. A materialistic Mosalan reading of the parable of the Good Samaritan. From a Mosalan materialistic hermeneutic, the man lying on the side of the road, half dead in the parable of the Good Samaritan, found in Luke 10:25 to 37, is not just an incidental character in need of moral sympathy. Rather, he represents the victims of structural violence and systemic oppression in an imperial and class-based society. The man as a symbol of economically dispossessed. Mosala's approach critiques how biblical texts are ideological products shaped by historical class struggles. In this reading, the injured man is not simply a victim of random violence by a representation of the oppressed under the exploitative economic political system of a first century Palestine, a system controlled by Roman imperialism and enforced by local elites, including religious authorities. His conditions reflects the realities of the marginalized in a society where violence, poverty, and economic parasitry were common outcomes of structural injustice. This speaks directly to post-1994 South Africa, where systemic inequalities persist despite political liberation. The man on the road mirrors the South African poor, landless, and those left to die by the side of the economic highway, ignored by religious and political elites. Imperial violence and the road from Jerusalem to Jericho. The road from Jerusalem to Jericho was notorious, dangerous, and known for crime and banditry. However, a Mosalan lens would probe deeper who controlled these roads and who was most vulnerable. The imperial economic exacerbated the road's dangers, where taxation, land disposition, and forced labor pushed many into banditry as a survival strategy. A Mosalan analysis shifts focus from the individual perpetrators, the robbers, to a structural conditions that create such violence. In the same way that in apartheid era and post-1994 South African economic policies have contributed to vast inequalities and informal settlements, the man's suffering is a consequence of an imperial neglect and exploitation. Religious and political elites, the priests and the Levites, custodians of oppression. The priests and the Levites pass by without helping, which is often attributed to ritual purity concerns in conventional readings. A Mosalan reading would expose a class dimension. The priests and the Levites are figures of the ruling elite, aligned with a temple system that benefited from the Roman patronage. Their failure to act is not just a personal moral failure, but indicative of how the elite benefit from and sustain an exploitative system. In modern South Africa, this represents religious, academic institutions, and political leaders who often turn a blind eye to poverty and economic oppression, failing to challenge the status quo. By implication, for post-colonial South Africa, the question is, who is still left half dead? Through a Mosalan lens, the man lying half dead is the dispossessed South African majority, the unemployed youth, the landless black people, the homeless, the economically marginalized. The parable then calls for more than just individual charity as the Samaritan provides, but a radical reconstructing of the racial and socio-economic order that produces such victims. Who are today's priests and Levites? Are they the corporate elites, the politicians, and even the church that fails to act prophetically? Who are the ones beaten and left for dead? The unemployed youth, informal settlement dwellers, struggling workers under neoliberal capitalism? Who are the robbers? Is it merely crime or criminals, or does economic injustice itself function as a systemic robbery? Are they not those who benefited from the ills of apartheid, who calls for transformation and the rainbow nation in our time? By way of concluding, as I promised, a Mosalan reading of the injured man disrupts sentimental interpretations that reduce the parable to an abstract moral lesson. Instead, it confronts the structures that create such suffering and calls for a materialistic critique of injustices of our time. The Good Samaritan does not simply provide charity, but becomes an agent of resistance against a system that nominalizes injustices and economic exclusion in our lifetime. In post-colonial South Africa, this parable challenges churches, theologians, academics, and activists to move beyond personal piety and address the structures that keep so many lying half dead at the side of the road. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hombana. And thank you so much as well for keeping time. And I'm not sure if through the permission of my chair, we can go and add a few minutes of extra time. We still have 15 minutes until we are scheduled to go to tea, because colleagues, we are not here to talk at you. So we also want to engage. I'm not sure if you have any questions for the two speakers who delivered their papers on. And you know, Tawa, I'm thinking about it now but Dr. Hombana has done it so well, because I was sitting there and thinking, we did such a disservice not having a section of sociological analysis of your work, because it has come up in the two papers that you go to the heart of it by doing a Marxist interpretation of biblical texts. So, but Dr. Hombana has done it well, through the allegory of who's the last man laying there half dead. So I think he did service to that. But colleagues, is there anyone that has a question, a comment? Would you like to say something? Please feel free. Please just raise your hand. A roaming mic will come to you. No one wants to say anything. Oh, okay.
Oh, thank you very much to the presentations. Lighting presentations. So, it's David by the name. So, my question, to the generation that led the way. I was fascinated by the touching on the glimpse of apartheid. So, but now my question was or a comment in those times. I wanted to ask now how I don't know, Africans maybe or black people, black consciousness, how did they normalize the oath of justice with today's generation? They come with the hashtag Bible too, hashtag me too, hashtag Bible too. I would like to understand Uguti, how people normalized the oath of the Bible of justice. The justice could be served under oath. So during those times, people, thanks. I think that's just a comment, really.
Thank you. I don't know, is it directed to both speakers or you want Dr. Wambana to answer it?
I can help you if you want help. Or if not.
Are you asking, Tsulufel, or you?
No.
Oh. Colleagues, is there anyone willing to answer? Here's another question and another one at the back.
Thank you, colleague.
Okay.
Firstly, thanks for the wonderful papers by my colleagues, my unit leader and COD. I think those are fascinating. Read in the true spirit of Mosalian reading, as Dr. Wambana puts it. I've read Prof. Mosala's work and I'm fascinated by his work, including his Marxist ideological reading, where I have personally differed with him, like David King has, is on Luke. The fact that he says, not only specifically to Luke, but almost biblical texts are bourgeoisie, are the product of bourgeoisie, class, and therefore they may not be redeemable in a case of Luke. But also his point of departure, much as I'm fascinated by his hermeneutics, the fact that, and I'm saying this as a black person, that he premised black experience as a point of departure. That for me, I've struggled with that idea, including when I engage with liberation theology, because that for me borders on the grand sin of ethnocentrism and anachronism. And my contention has been that biblical texts were first written to their first century communities, and that should be the premise. And they should be, we should interpret them in our context, but the premise should be that of the first recipients or readers. And I'm convinced that we could arrive at the same conclusion. It doesn't take anything from our hermeneutics if we have that as a premise. And for instance, I do ideological readings of biblical texts, but again, with that flipped hermeneutical premise or point of departure. But I'm fascinated by the pictures, the presentations and the work of Prof. Mosala generally. Thank you.
Can we make sure the mics are working, colleagues? That was such a loaded comment and it was such a disservice that other people couldn't hear.
There was this first time.
We have another.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to the two presenters, it helped us quite a bit. I've got two questions. The one is on the black theology issue. The question is black theology dead? Is it still alive? Or is it talking in its sleep? Because as soon as new black theologians would like to take up the arms, it seems that they are going nowhere because it is not the original voices that is talking. And as Walter Brueggemann says, that the prophetic voice has either taken a direction of being Davidic or Mosaic. And because we lost most of our black theologians to government and to other institutions, we have a problem where the public says whose voice is talking. And that is why today in South Africa we've got a group of people that's calling themselves the G12 that thinks or give the idea that they're talking for all black people as well. So is it alive or is it sleeping or is it talking in its sleep? Then the issue of interpretation, we need some help here. As a leader in a black church, usually we go to the text to find out the meaning of the author. And because of our context of the faith movement that we come from, we either follow a Western point of interpretation, and at extreme, we divert to a metaphysical interpretation of the text, because we have some biases and we have presuppositions. And if we want to step out of that biases and presuppositions, we fall in the category of being disciplined, of not following the rule of that specific denomination or church. So how can we overcome that? Thank you.
Dr. Mkwana, can I ask if maybe Dr. Hombana, Prof. Ramanswana could maybe respond to the three, and then I'll hand over to Prof. Madise, because there are two questions and a comment. So that will be 12 to. Do you want to start first?
Okay.
Because I don't know who to direct it.
It's okay.
Okay. Colleagues, thanks for the kind comments and also for the questions. I'll be very brief. Starting with the questions on the question of ethnocentrism and anachronism in reading a biblical text. In his book, Prof. Mazamisa, in the early chapters, he makes this comment that as a dialectic reader of reading an ancient text, any ancient text, including the biblical text, the question is, there are layers of ethnochronism and anachronism. And the question is, who is not anachronistic when he's reading a text? Because when we read the text, our informed, unconsciously, ideologies come to play. And we can't, to a certain extent, to completely avoid that reality. Being on the receiving end of injustices, when I read the biblical text, that informs, in my subconsciousness, informs my reading to some extent. Unlike someone who's been on the productive end of injustices, he's got his perspectives and ways of reading that very same biblical text. So with that contestation, Mazamisa will argue, let us be conscious of the ancient world. Let's do all our best to seek to understand, but not naive of the fact that the current does informs our readings of the text. And that's the reality that comes. No one is innocent, completely 100% innocent of not being anachronistic when he or she reads any ancient text. That will be kind of my response to that question. And one has to be conscious, of course, especially when we do, as those of us who are in biblical scholarship, being conscious of these probabilities. And Mazamisa will argue that, look, you have to dance with the text, be in continuous dialogue with the text, being well informed that there is a possibility. I think earlier in the 80s, they spoke of presuppositions. No one has no presuppositions. We approach the text with some informed presuppositions, be it religious, cultural, or whatsoever. That makes us to see things the way we see them. So in that way, I think this continuous dialogue with the text and being conscious of your presupposition perhaps will help an individual to reach a more plausible conclusion or a more reasonable conclusion that one can account for. So that will be my response to that. And then, yeah. But just briefly before Prof answers that, maybe it's how we perceive Black liberation theology. That might be the problem in us to think of it being dead or being half dead, because from what I've heard, I'm quoting him, Prof. Mosala, Black theology did not start in the ivory towers of the academia, but it was, he says, we took it to the church and it was rejected. And now it's kind of kept in these ivory towers of the academia, But what we are anticipating is that it has to find its world, feet and hands. Yeah. All right.
The question is consistently asked, is it dead, is it alive? And I don't find it helpful. That's just me, because Mosala is still here. And we are saying Black theology is dead while he's alive. And we are alive. And we are writing. And we are engaging. Yet we ask the question, is it dead or is it alive? Perhaps it's time we ask those who are asking the question, what are you participating in? That is the question we should ask, because it is not dead. It is alive. What may be different between then and now, it's how we are organized. Are we not letting ourselves down in the way that we are organizing ourselves and in our engagement with society? I mean, from the side of the scholars. That is what we should be engaging about and talking about, not the question of whether it's dead or alive. The other issue that we have to be mindful of, and I'm talking to you, Dr. Mutuku, is that what Professor Mosala has provided us is a critical way of approaching the text without colluding with the ideologies that are oppressive in the text. Because the moment we collude with those ideologies, we do more harm than good. And so he provides us that. Prof. Mosala doesn't claim that his approach is perfect. In actual fact, he teaches us that the weapon of criticism is also not above criticism. So he's not above criticism. We can critically engage his thoughts and disagree with his analysis where we want to disagree with it. But as we disagree with him, what are we putting down as a mode of engagement? Because if we don't have a critical mode of engagement, then we fall into the trap of perpetuating those dominant ideologies. My take is that where we find ourselves, for me, the decolonial 10 provides for me a mode of analysis of the current situation, building upon what Prof. Mosala has already laid. How do I reflect on the contemporary context, and how do I engage in the discourse in a way that we can find liberation in this context? That's how I will approach it, but avoiding the tendency of perpetuating the dominant ideologies. Even when reading a text like that, which Dr. has read, because we have to ask ourselves the question, whose interests are being propagated by such a parable? Because it's not just the parable of Jesus as it stands there. It is also a parable of Luke, and we have to ask ourselves, what is Luke trying to achieve with this text, not just Jesus? Therefore, those questions are important for us to ask. We should also ask ourselves, this good Samaritan who comes and has the money to pay for everything there and take care of this man, is he innocent, this good Samaritan? We have to ask those questions, because if we don't ask those questions, we may fall into the trap that everything it's good and we collude with the dominant ideologies in the text. What happens when you are assisted and tomorrow you are exploited? Why don't we ask ourselves beyond what the text says? And that is what Professor Mosala has taught us. You ask the question beyond what the text itself says. Because if you stop with what the text says, you are at risk of propagating those ideologies in the text.
Thank you. Part of what I was going to say has already been responded to, mainly by Professor Ramantswana here. One of the questions that I have here is, what is it that the current crop of theologians have failed to understand from Mosala's hermeneutic and biblical hermeneutics as well as theology, that today we are failing to see the visibility of theology in the current context where we are? Is it because theologians have become coward, or they have just gone mute? It could be that maybe they are comfortable where they are. Yeah. And maybe some of them have decided, and I don't know how many of you have read the book by Naboth Mokhatle, where he says during the missionary period, many people were becoming Christians, and those that were resisting found themselves either swimming against the tide. And when you swim against the tide, you sink. And for you to survive, you swim along the tide. But theology actually would go for the former, swim against the tide and start asking critical questions. Maybe that's the question that I would basically also would want to hear Professor Ramantswana as well as Dr. Hombana. And maybe you, Tawa, can also respond to that. Are we having a crop of theologians that are swimming along with the tide and not against the tide and actually raise critical questions? What is the tide doing to us, especially after a new dispensation?
Yeah. Again, the question is being asked, and I am wondering to myself, since 1994, how many works have I seen which deal with black theology? How many works have I seen which deals with decolonial hermeneutics and decolonizing? And there we are saying we are just swimming along the tide. I don't believe it. Maybe there are those who are just swimming. Some of us are not just swimming. We are, there may be others who are watching. Some of us are in there, are swimming against it. That's what we are doing. My worry is that we may do a disservice to ourselves. And that's where I find a problem, that we have gotten to a point where we are believing that we are doing nothing. We are doing nothing, and therefore there is nothing new. What the generation of Mosala did, that's it. They were co-opted to government, they were co-opted elsewhere. Where were they supposed to go? And perhaps we should ask that question. Where were they supposed to go, if not go into those spaces and try to engage in those spaces? Some of you are saying they should have remained in the church. There are those who remained in the church. It's not all of them who went into government. Didn't we need black theologians in our government, black theologians engaging at that level? And therefore we have to believe the lie that says prophetic theology is dead. Is it dead? It is not dead, it is alive. We are still engaging with the Carriers document. We are still writing against the perpetuation and the abuse of religion. We are writing. Yet we tell ourselves we are doing nothing. I find it bizarre that we will make such claims about ourselves. We are becoming perhaps our own worst enemies in the process. And perhaps the black consciousness is what we need, where we stop this nonsense of looking at ourselves and have doubts and start thinking, but we are doing nothing. What we write, it's meaningless. What we write doesn't change anything. Perhaps black consciousness needs to awaken in us once again.
I'm terribly sorry. This is wrong. I shouldn't be responding now. I should be listening. And in fact, I have been listening, and I am most grateful for what I've heard. I just think I'll forget this if I don't say it. And it is that two things. One, the point that you've just made, that we wouldn't be here. The fact that we are here today, and we were here last year, when we were in Stellenbosch the other day, in the days before black theology, this would not have happened. UNISA was here for hundreds of years. At least more than 100 years, UNISA has been around. And this debate did not happen in those hundreds of years. So please don't kill yourselves. That's the first thing. The second thing is that black theologians have never been first and foremost black theologians. They were in fact other things. And because of what they were and were doing elsewhere, they saw the need for black theology. So the starting point of a black theologian is not theology or black theology. It's the struggle itself. And black theology is not about black theologians. It is about the masses who constitute the audience and the participants and the people among whom you should be. A real good black theologian spends less time with other black theologians and more with the people, with community struggles. And I must say that it's still a problematic issue. So it's a debatable issue, not problematic, a debatable issue, the issue of those of us who went into government. We're discussing it, we're reflecting on it. There was a time we planned to write a book on theologians in government. We never got around to doing that. But it is true. I mean, I was busy doing my thing at the University of KZN when Raymond Zondo called me and asked me to come and help at the corruption at the state capture commission. First of all, I didn't really know him. I didn't ask him who he was. I just saw a judge. I agreed to go. Blindly went into that because I thought people were saying it's good, and I trust people. When people say something is good, they don't just say so. I'll have the opportunity to blame them, of course, if I find out that they were wrong. And the long and short of it is that on the last day of the submission of the last volume of the Zondo Commission report, I got an opportunity only then, 3.5 years down the line, of asking him exactly why it was that he asked me to come and help. Well, I asked him, do you know me? Do you know who I am? And he says, yes, I know you. When I was a first-year student at Zululand University, you were a professor at the University of Cape Town, and you were a political leader. And now I wouldn't have known about that. I asked him another question, which I ask you never to quote. I hope the people who don't quote it. I won't say a lot about it. I'll make sure that it's obscure, so that you can't quote me properly. I also asked him, but do you know that you once made a judgment against me? And he says, no, I don't know. And so I'll stop there with that question, because we had a discussion which was a matter between me and him, and I promised him that I will never say anything more about that to anybody. But the point is that threw me right back to black theology, that you must take risks when you're a black theologian. Not every space you get into is a good space. And it's very difficult to know which spaces are good and spaces are not good. But you must get into spaces. We are proud as black theologians that the church did not produce black theology and has never really owned it. That we did it in spite of the church and in many ways against the church. And I think it is good that it should remain like that, because church people have a way, have their ways of doing things. There's a concept, Comrade President, in the Bible called idolatry. And when we talked earlier on about, I think it was you, Chair, when you talked about how sometimes, somewhere, not only in the Bible, even outside the Bible, idolatry comes around. It's important for people. I think it was you, or maybe it wasn't you. Somebody talked about, it's you who spoke about technology. It was in the technology discussion, and I think about it. I'm now a data scientist. I'm a theologian, but now I'm now a data scientist, and I spend a lot of time with those technological things, and I can see why it is that we are trying to create God. It's as if we haven't learned. We're busy again with the business of creating our own God, same way the Israelites did. Somewhere when they were feeling like there's enough resources here, enough gold, enough metals, enough what, why should Moses be the only one who keeps going to the mountain and talking to God alone when we could just create our own God here ourselves? And it is because they were wealthy, they were doing well, things were great. And people like idolatry. The church loves idolatry, and believers loves idolatry. So black theology is doing well to stay out of the church. Please keep it out. Don't accept us. Thank you.
I think we're done with questions. And colleagues, thank you so much for the questions. They raise a number of things that I think Tower deals with in his work. And they also redress and address a number of contentious issues that come up when we think of the work that you have done. And I think one of those key ones that came up now through Professor Ramanswana is this whole thing of ideological criticism, because biblical texts are not a social photograph, and they were not primarily written for theology. So we need to be able to decipher which one is ideological, which one is political, and which one is theological. And colleagues, the Bible says that whoever amongst you is sick must go to the church and the elders must lay hands on you. So we are going to break for tea now. And then when we come back now, we are going to hear from the president of Azapo. And I forgot my program now. But yes, now we are going to the next session of our program. So we can break for tea, colleagues in there. Please don't bring food back in here. You can bring your water, but put it in your school bag when you leave, please. We'll see you just now. Oh, please come back after 15 minutes. Colleagues, I'm not going to keep you waiting any longer, and we are doing a disservice to the next speaker. I think people will gradually come back in. Perhaps they are still finishing up their tea. So, colleagues, we are now in the next session where we're going to be hearing two presentations reflecting on Professor Mosala's Black theology and his activism. And I'd like to call the first speaker to stage to come and give us his paper, Professor Ererwani Farisani.
Yes, I'll try. Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I hope I will stick to the 45 minutes given. It's either I may have less to say or I may have more to say. I need to state that if it was not for Professor Mosala's symposium, and if I was not asked by the chair of department, I would have declined. Because the invitation came last night while I was in another meeting around 7 or something to 7 in the evening. So I actually did not have enough time. But I have a lot to say, because I don't think it's difficult, to find something to say about Prof. Mosala. Now, when we talk about his activism so we need to understand that his activism has been informed and shaped by his socioeconomic, religious, and theological context. So in other words, the way that he read the Bible within his own context has influenced him, to be an activist. And therefore, I would like to briefly take us down memory lane, a little bit talking about the Black theology's hermeneutics, and then I would go on to spell out, in my view, the implications, of his biblical exposition and propagation for the society. And you will then realize that his theological exposition has not only impacted the lives of theologians. You heard it from himself here, the judge, and many others. It has permeated to the lives of the youth. It has flamed the protest movements. It has actually influenced what we do at universities, in as much as we don't give him the credit that is due to him, but I don't think he struggled to be given the credit. But a lot of things, if you look at it, from culture, from academy, the intellect, and everything that we do, So because Prof. Mosala refused to believe, that the world has compartments, he refused to believe that as if you can have moya walking, without nama, So yeah. Now, Black theology's hermeneutics. So I hope the program director will bear with me. I had few hours to sleep in order to present here. So I hope she'll be, so otherwise, so now, Black theology's hermeneutics. Black theology, a brief overview. Motlabi reminds us that the emergence of black theology, where are we now? You see this technology, and it actually you see what is happening. Just one moment. Yeah, you see, I don't believe in Valoi, you know. Otherwise, I would say, yeah. Now, Motlabi reminds us that the emergence of black theology in South Africa was the seeming irrelevance of the white church in ministering to the psychic spiritual needs of black people. Not only was the church seen as the colonial church, it was also seen as a status quo church. On the one hand, its chief aim was originally to minister solely to the spiritual needs of white people from the very advent of colonialism to the time of the total disinheritance of black people in the country. On the other hand, while successive white governments increasingly added to the oppression and woes of black people, the church served largely to placate them and to keep them in line with the demands of white interests, greed, and capitalism. Accordingly, the African-initiated churches emerged in the late 1800s as a form of early protest against white domination and exploitation in the church. Black theology emerged almost a century after the first African-initiated churches. For Motlabi, the theology was aimed largely at filling this gap and searching aggressively for theological answers to the problem of white domination and oppression. In this way, it rejected white theology and its interpretation of the gospel, life, and reality. It challenged the church's complacency with the status quo and its justification of its complacency. Bonganjalo Goba, a participant in early black theology in South Africa, talks about theology, black identity, and the black Christian church. I quote, "There was a feeling amongst those of us who were involved in the early black theology that somehow we had experienced a theological schizophrenia. We were split. Part of our formation was terribly white, influenced by the Western theology. And there was another side to that, in that we had our own black agenda, which had never been addressed. So that the issue had to do with the identity crisis which we confronted. Motlabi informs us of a shift in black theology from solely focusing on racism to also focus on issues of class and gender discrimination as cardinal sins of the same magnitude and racism. This stance is clearly reflected in a collection of essays presented at 2 conferences in 1983. Maimela was concerned about the division between black and African theology, and he wanted to find a middle ground between 2 camps of African theologians. Enculturation approach was versus enculturation versus liberation approach. According to Maimela, the debate between the 2 camps were largely based on misunderstanding, raged for many years, and strongly maintained that the struggle for liberation is all embracing. Okay, now I want to briefly talk about sources of black theology and which will ultimately help us to understand Mosala's hermeneutics. Bonganjalo Goba used 4 basic sources for black theology, namely the Bible, African tradition, black experience, and critical theory. PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala also employed 4 sources for his historical materialist black theology of liberation. First, according to me, first, African traditional religions teach black theology the significance of operating communally in the struggle against Mosala. Mosala places the indigenous religions into 2 historical periods, namely primitive African communal society and African feudal socio-economic relations. The second source of Mosala's black theology is culture. Here, Mosala employs a cultural category derived from the everyday black experience. Thus, he argues that black theology will have to rediscover black working class and poor peasants' culture in order to find for itself a materialist hermeneutical starting point. Mosala's third source is the African independent churches. And his fourth source is, of course, the Bible. It is important to note that for the majority of black theologians, 4 sources were employed in their quest for a black theology in South Africa. However, these sources were never interpreted in the same manner by all black theologians. The focus of our discussion is on how the fourth source, largely, namely the Bible, was used in a quest for a black theology, and further on how an ideologically aware reading of biblical texts could strengthen our black theological discourse in South Africa today. Now, I was fascinated, having been indoctrinated from Sunday school and from the churches and from being taught that the Bible is the Word of God, and therefore you had to follow everything which was there. And that was also the strategy by the oppressors. You know, the theologians of our oppressors then portrayed the Bible as the revealed Word of God because it served their interests and it served to paralyze us. Now, PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala looked at the Bible and detected ideology. You know, he made us aware, you know, in as much as we did not now look down on the Bible. We love the Bible so much, but we did not, we no longer believe that the Bible is the Word of God. Instead, we know that the Bible contains the Word of God, and that we need to use several tools at our disposal, you know, in order to understand what the Bible says. And we do not do that, you know, coming to the context as people who do not have our own ideologies. We bring our own cultures, we bring our own stance and our ideology to the reading of the Bible. And so, Mosala describes ideology in the following way. It is rather a harmonization of contradictions in such a way that the class interests of one group are universalized and made acceptable to other classes. Mosala goes on to argue that making scientific sense of the ideological condition of a text means knowing the text in a way in which it is incapable of knowing itself. In this, let me skip that. And it is critical when we read Mosala that there is nowhere where Mosala says the hermeneutics which I'm proposing, you know, is time bound. You know, it can only work up to this point. No, so his hermeneutics is open-ended. You know, it does not only talk of the present. You know, it also talks of the future. And therefore, there is no need for us to panic, you know, or to stress, thinking that Mosala's hermeneutics, you know, it has now expired, you know, and therefore we need to do something else. Everything is there, and you will see later on when we come to activism, how his hermeneutics, continue to influence or should continue to influence what we do at all levels. So if we don't do what his hermeneutics offers us, it is not his fault. It is not his problem. So it means we need to look critically at what we need to do. Now I'm going to skip several things here. I'm really going to skip several things here. So Mosala sees a two-way dialogue between Black history and the Bible. He says, Black culture and history as hermeneutical factors in Black theology in South Africa ask questions of the biblical text that seek to establish ties with struggles for liberation in the biblical communities. Similarly, the liberating aspects of the biblical discourse interrogates Black culture and history in the light of the struggles and goals of struggling classes in biblical communities. Mosala's work is very important, and I've skipped a lot of things, in that it helps us to see how appropriation took place and should continue to take place within the Black biblical hermeneutics, taking the African context, the Black context seriously in its interpretation of biblical text. Of course, he has influenced our views on how to read the biblical text against the grain, for an example, something we would have never thought of, coming from the Sunday school and the theology that was fed onto us by our denominations, would have never dreamt of reading the text against the grain, we would have never, and reading the text against the grain shows a sense of fearlessness, in expressing one's views, He influenced us to read the biblical text from the position of the poor, of the weak, and of the marginalized. So in other words, when you read a biblical text, you don't necessarily have to look at it the way it is, and condemn, people in line with the ideology of the author. You need to go down and deeper, and read it from the perspective of those whose mouth has been shut, those who are unable, to speak through the text, because the text has been written by the powerful, So now, having said all of that, so Mosala helped us to move away from the notion that the Bible is the revealed word of God, a notion we learned not only from our denominations, but also actively promoted by the apartheid system's theologians. Now, we know all of that. Now, let's try to unpack Mosala's theology, what it means for us. Now, PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala has made several significant contributions to theology and biblical scholarship. One, under biblical hermeneutics, Mosala is renowned for his work in biblical hermeneutics, particularly his development of a hermeneutic of radical production. This approach emphasizes the importance of understanding the socio-economic, the political context in which biblical texts are produced. Black theology. He has been a pivotal figure in the development of Black theology in South, in Africa, and in the world. His book, Biblical Hermeneutics and Black Theology in South Africa, is a seminal work that explores the intersection of biblical interpretation and the struggle for liberation. Academic leadership. Mosala has held various academic positions contributing to the growth and development of theological education in South Africa. His influence extends beyond academia into public intellectualism, where he has been an advocate for social justice and equality. publications. His numerous publications, including essays and books, have been influential in shaping the discourse around theology and social justice. His works often address issues of land ownership, economic justice, and the role of the church in societal transformation. Now, Itumeleng Mosala's approach to hermeneutics, particularly his hermeneutic of radical production, is cornerstone of his theological work. Few points. Socioeconomic context. Mosala emphasizes the importance of understanding the socioeconomic and political context in which biblical texts were produced. He argues that these contexts significantly influence the meaning and interpretation of the text. Liberation theology. His hermeneutics are deeply rooted in liberation theology, which seeks to interpret the Bible through the lens of the oppressed and marginalized. This perspective aims to uncover the ways in which biblical texts can be used to support social justice and liberation. Critical analysis. Mosala advocates for a critical analysis of the Bible, challenging traditional interpretations that may perpetuate system of oppression. He encourages reader to question and deconstruct these interpretations to reveal the underlying power dynamics. Intersection with Black theology. His work intersects with Black theology, focusing on the experience and struggles of Black South Africans. By integrating hermeneutics with Black theology, Mosala provides a framework for understanding the Bible in a way that is relevant to the socio-political realities of Black communities. Now, okay, I'm going to skip this, and I know that the program director is going to be very generous to me, so I'm skipping that section. So now, Itumeleng Mosala's writings encompass several key themes that reflect his deep engagement with theology, social justice, and the lived experiences of Black South Africans. We mentioned a few things. Liberation and social justice. A central theme in Mosala's work is the pursuit of liberation and social justice. And I'm going to repeat this over and over again, while we foregrounding or we're trying to understand his activism, He explores how theology can be a tool for addressing and dismantling systems of oppression, particularly in the context of apartheid and its aftermath. So we have the tools here, we have them, Itumeleng Mosala wants us to confront injustice in every space that we meet it, be in the church, be in academia, wherever we are. So if we don't confront it, it is not his problem, it is our problem. The inspiration is there, the tools are there, right? Biblical hermeneutics. Mosala's approach to biblical interpretation emphasizes understanding the socio-economic and political context of biblical texts. This theme is crucial in his efforts to uncover the ways in which these texts can support the struggle. Not only then, but the struggle for today. And our challenges, under the new pharaohs and the new Herods, may not necessarily be the same, So during his context, he analyzed the context, when he first to study theology, definitely he did not have these tools. He didn't have these sources of reading the Bible, So this is what he developed in time, looking at his own context and how he was treated and how he should respond, to the context of his time. So we have a responsibility as well, drawing from him to coin or to continue to adjust, to address the conditions of our time. intersectionality, Mosala often addresses the intersection of race, class, and gender in his work. He examines how these different forms of oppression interact and how theology can respond. Critique of capitalism. Another significant theme in his critique of capitalism and its role in perpetuating inequality and exploitation. Mosala argues for a theology that challenges economic systems and oppresses the poor and marginalized. Role of the church. He also explores the role of the church in social transformation. Mosala believes that the church should be actively involved in the struggle for justice and should align itself with the oppressed all the time. Yeah, I'm going to skip this other thing as well. Mosala, in those days, and even today, when it was unpopular, to listen to the voice of, to the voices and struggles of women, in theology, when other people were looking at liberation as something that should only address the apartheid system and the socio-economic conditions then. Mosala had a foresight to also dialogue with the women, to also see that the struggle of women is integral to the struggle against apartheid. Now, I want to highlight a few aspects here. One, highlighting women's struggles. I won't go deeper into that. Secondly, Mosala's critical engagement with biblical texts to expose it for what it is, an oppressive document, at places, which is not only used to oppress black people, but which is also used to oppress women and black women in particular, who were at the lower ladder, being trampled upon by everybody and everyone. Thirdly, Mosala's theology exposes a collaboration with women theologians. I won't go, I'm just listing some of these themes. And again, Mosala shows advocacy for gender equality. And then there is intersectional analysis, in his work. Mosala's work often includes an intersectional analysis examining how gender intersects with other forms of oppression, such as race and class. This approach helps to highlight the complex realities faced by women and the need for a holistic approach to liberation. Now, I'm excluding another section as well. Now, how did Mosala influence the youth movements? So I want to list about 4 issues here. Empowerment through education. Mosala's teachings and writings have emphasized the importance of education in empowering young people. By promoting critical thinking and self-awareness, he has inspired many young activists to challenge the status quo and fight for their rights wherever they are. 2, cultural awareness. Through his work in the BCM, Mosala has encouraged young people to embrace their cultural identity and heritage. This has fostered a sense of pride and solidarity among black youth, motivating them to take collective action against oppression. I guess this is what he was doing when he was the Director General in the then Department of Arts, I think, and I think this was the reason why the then President Thabo Mbeki asked him, because of this cultural consciousness and awareness. Political mobilization. Mosala's leadership in organizations like the Azanian People's Organization, AZAPO, has been instrumental in mobilizing young people for political action. His speeches and writings have galvanized youth to participate in protest, community organization, and other forms of activism. Role model. As a prominent figure in the struggle against apartheid, Itumeleng Mosala has served as a role model for many young activists and for all theologians, who care to read. I doubt whether there could be any theologian then and today who has not read any of Mosala's work. Now, his commitment to social justice and his ability to articulate the aspirations of the youth have made him a respected and intellectual leader. Now, youth play a crucial role in applying Itumeleng Mosala's teaching in several impactful ways. One, educational advocacy. Young activists organize and participate in educational initiatives that promote critical thinking and self-awareness. They host workshops, seminars, and community programs to educate their peers about social justice issues, drawing on Mosala's emphasis on the power of education. And the information is there. You check it, you will find it if you think I'm being innovative. Cultural revival. Inspired by Mosala's focus on cultural pride, youth movements celebrate African heritage and identity. They organize cultural events, art exhibitions, and heritage days that foster a sense of pride and unity among young people. Political engagement. Youth are actively involved in political activism, organizing protests, rallies, and campaigns to address systemic inequalities. They use Mosala's teaching on mass mobilization and political engagement to advocate for policy changes and social justice. Faith-based activism. Young people involved in faith-based movements apply Mosala's contribution to Black theology and liberation theology. They address social issues from a moral and ethical perspective, advocating for justice within their religious communities. Anti-corruption initiatives. Following Mosala's example in the Zondo Commission, youth activists and all of us actually should work to expose and combat corruption. We should advocate for transparency and accountability in government and other institutions, and in churches, some of these churches of ours, they are corrupt to the core, and other institutions are corrupt to the core, but we are quiet and we are happy to receive the stipend. We are happy so that we are not sidelined. This is not what Mosala stood for, He risked his freedom, and so it was not a nice thing for him to say at that particular moment, and then we will go on to mourn and complain, that Black theology is not visible. Who should make it visible if you are not making it visible, So Mosala had his time. And here are the resources, So if you sleep on Mosala's book, it's not Mosala's book is your problem. It's not Mosala's problem. It's your own problem. So now, how has Mosala's work impacted current movements? Few things to take home here. His anti-corruption efforts. We've already mentioned his role in the Zondo Commission. Mosala has played a crucial role in fighting against corruption. And you can't blame Mosala for where the report is, at the moment, and the recommendations not made, So it's he played his role, So the Pharaoh who does not know Mosala and Zondo, may not implement those things, or they may think that those recommendations talk to them in such a way that they don't see a need to do something about it. Now, I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish, but allow me to say what I need to say. So Mosala's theology permeates educational thinking and initiative, cultural pride and identity, political mobilization, theological reflection, and anti-corruption efforts. And now I want to say a few words about corruption. Now, the cost of corruption in South Africa today. Corruption in South Africa has had a profound economic impact. Here are some key points. One, economic losses. We are told that between 2014 and 2019, South Africa has lost approximately 1.5 trillion rand due to corruption. The staggering amount highlights the severe financial drain on the country's resources. Widespread corruption. Corruption manifests in various forms, including maladministration, fraud, bribery, and procurement irregularities. Provinces like Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, the Free State, the Western Cape, and others are identified as major hotspots for these activities. There was a businessman on social media who was so frustrated, about corruption, but he was calling a spade a spade. He said, you can't do business in government, without bribing these people, everybody. He says they are all corrupt, So you can't play. So if you want a tender, you must bribe. If when you are applying for something, you must bribe. Corruption is all over. And by the way, corruption not only in government, because when we talk of corruption, we only talk of the government. Corruption is there in the church, Baba. Corruption is there everywhere, So yeah, that's the thing. And now, addressing corruption is crucial for South Africa's economic stability and social development. At the core here, I think it's lack of integrity. Lack of integrity is at the root of rampant corruption everywhere in our country, which is unfortunately having detrimental impact on black lives. You look at this Mampara of the year or of the century called Matozi, who defrauded VBS so much. The guy is a qualified chartered accountant. So this tells you that it's not only about you attaining the qualifications. He ruined his future, just because he lacks integrity. So if our theological enterprise, does not instill integrity, then we are doing nothing. Forget it. You will have engineers who are corrupt. You will have medical practitioners who are corrupt. Oh, by the way, if we want to start talking about corruption, corruption is everywhere, in the meat industry, it's everywhere. Did you know that a loaf of bread, each time when I buy a loaf of bread, and at times when I go to supermarkets like Spar and whatever, I look at the size of bread. At times I refuse to buy it. Because what people are doing there, they sell you a loaf of bread which actually does not qualify to be a loaf of bread. So when you go to shops, local shops and whatever, you will see they will sell you a loaf of bread. They have removed some slices there. A loaf of bread is now like a half or a quarter, And then they take those and then they form another loaf of bread. Corruption is everywhere. So we can't sit around and say no, Mosala must come back and address the issues. The issues are there for you. Now I need to say something about dependence on America. The world today has woken up to a different USA. Well, I don't know whether it's different. Propelled by Trump's MAGA concept. South Africa is crying for the loss of billions of rands from USA. South Africa, poor South Africa, over 30 years into democratic dispensation, which Itumeleng Mosala fought so hard for, has not started or has not been able to unfold the process to be self-reliant with wealth of minerals, resources, and economic opportunities which we have today. Surely the cry of our American reliance, billions of rands, yes, is not consistent with black consciousness movement ideology, which informed Mosala's ideological stance against domination and dependency syndrome, which promotes self-reliance, which promotes reliance on other people. In any case, American financial aids, for some of us who are not aware, we are crying. But you need to go and deep down and read. You need to know why the Americans have been dishing out these aids. They were not giving us that money because they love us. They were these aids were initially designed to serve the American interests while continuing to dominate the world. And we don't see that. So instead, our ambassador, it's kicked out from Washington like a dog or something like that, and we are busy with diplomacy and saying, no, please, man, don't raise placards too high, when he comes, Trump will see and we may lose the other things, But look at the other countries. Look at Canada, I'm finishing. Look at Canada, look at Mexico, look at how they responded, a small country which Trump wants to annex as the 51st state, they stand up and say, no, you can't do this. When you do that, we retaliate, Now, because we were taught well, under apartheid, to say, yeah, boss, and to be, so we can't even stand firm, The struggle, they say, no, we will lose billions. Yes. Do you think that the struggle came in a silver platter? People had to lose their lives, and so we need to stand firm, but we are more and more thinking of our stomachs. I'm concluding. Now, and I mean it when I say I'm concluding. Mosala's theology should assist us in the current socio-political dispensation where the new pharaohs and Herods are former liberation fighters. Mosala's theology should equip us to deal with the dictatorship, with the corruption, with the inefficiency, and the exclusivism, and the gender oppression in our churches, in our society, and universities. I think I'll leave it here for today.
Colleagues, thank you so much. Yes, that is the former chair of department here in Biblical and Ancient Studies, Professor Farisani, a very pedantic man. He doesn't play. He hates corruption, and he's serious. I used to be his research assistant, so we worked well together. And Professor Farisani, thank you so much. I think you just took Professor Mosala and took him to the streets. That was a very well-rounded reading of Professor Mosala outside of institutions. So now we think of him in ordinary terms. When you think of corruption, corruption is everywhere, and corruption kills. Even a simple thing like a pothole, when I'm driving, yes, I have a car now, comrades, thank you. So, even a pothole, you die from that, it's corruption, it has killed you. So we think of these things in ordinary terms now, thanks to the work of Tower, and we appreciate that. Colleagues, now we are going to go next to our next speaker, and we're going to welcome on stage the president of AZAPO, the Azanian People's Organization, Tawa Nelvis Kagema.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Mupwena, and all of you seated professors, doctors, scholars, students, greetings. Now, when I was coming here, I must say that I did get lost a bit for about 10 or 20 minutes, walking around. It's funny because I was given the name of the venue by the organizers. And I don't know what happened to me. And then when I was getting lost and I went back to, I think there's a board up front there, and then which shows all the theater halls here. I went to it and trying to trace my steps. And then when I was there, I realized, wow, I was wrong. You know what I was looking for? The Steve Biko Hall. That's what I was looking for. The Steve Biko Hall in UNISA. But was I wrong? I can't be wrong, Professor Mosala. Because I looked at all those people after whom these theater halls are named. Says, did this one study here? I'm not sure. And this one? And this one? What is their political affiliation? Okay, I see. All right. Okay, one side, all of them. Now I understood why the Department of Bible and Ancient Studies chose a more neutral venue, Dr. Miriam Makeba. I understood. Now, how come? I was asking myself, I was angry. I was really angry. I don't know. I was kicking bottles. I was coming here. I don't know why I was angry. But nobody was listening. I was talking to nobody myself. But I'm angry. Steve Biko was a student of this university. He was studying law at this university. How come that there is not even a desk named after Steve Biko in this great University of Africa? How come? A great activist, philosopher, and everything you can think of. Let me get rid of my anger. Myself. Let me get rid of my anger myself. Otherwise, I'm going to lose it. Now, I'm here. I am not a theologian, and I don't know why I was invited here. I'm not a theologian. And I'm not going to risk my life and try to be a theologian amongst theologians. I'm not going to risk my life. I'm not going to do that. I'm not foolish. Now, but they did say to me, to humble me to come here. So, no. You are merely represented because the tower was your president, and at least 3 times, and in different times, your president of Azapo. And now you are now the leader of your leader. I says, okay, if you say that, that's easy. I'm going to talk about him, not your theology. All right. That was easy for me. However, can I just, even though I'm not a theologian, can I just elbow it a bit? Just elbow it a bit. Just elbow it. In Azapo, we risk our lives. That's why Steve Biko is not here. Let me just risk my life and just elbow it a bit. You see, my understanding of Mosala's theology, I don't see him as a theoretical theologian. I am not saying he does not delve in that space. Get me right. But I don't see him locked in there. I don't see him closing the curtains and then closing the doors, locking and throwing the keys within the space, the small, very small space of theoretical theology, which deals with concepts, doctrines, and things and whatever, and then you start talking hermeneutics that you can't explain to the old lady in the village. You start talking exegesis that you can't explain to the old lady in the village. You talk about homily, praxis, that you can't explain to the people who need the praxis itself. The people who need the hermeneutics. It's come on, you said you're a liberator. More than a theologian, you are a liberator. That is why it is called, you call it, not me, Black theology of liberation. Because you realize it's not enough if it is just black theology. Because if it is just black theology, somebody is going to ask, and justifiably so, is black theology dead? But how come liberation can be dead when people are not liberated? How come a liberation movement can be dead when the people have not been moved into liberation? How come? Where are you asking that question from? Because if you were asking that question in the milieu of activism to liberate the people, you would not have had the opportunity, because people are just way too busy to be answering those type of questions. You have the luxury, don't get me wrong, I don't sound funny, but you have the luxury to ask that intellectual question because we are not where the people are. That's why we are asking that question. The way I understand Mosala, how I understand they call you here Mosala. I'm used to calling you Comrade Mosala at least. Now, I understand for him not being a theoretical theologian closed in there, in that dark space, I understand him further to be a political theologian. That theology, that understand that it is not a theology in itself and for itself, that it is a theology that has a mission, a theology that has to liberate the people, a theology that has to liberate the land, a theology, if it comes to a push, that has got to usher in and push away capitalism, imperialism, colonialism, white racism, and usher in socialism, total liberation. That's how I understand a Comrade Mosala, a political theologian. And I think Comrade Mosala understands that theology as theology cannot be located and be entrapped in universities. It can't be. What is it for? I mean, people don't sleep here for Biko's sake. You don't sleep here, all of you. You just come for an hour or two and you leave. You get into the communities. Why do you leave your theologian in the university? Why do you leave your theologian in the research spaces in the university? Why do you leave your theologian where it is not needed at least as much as it is needed in the communities? Why do you do that? And it seems to me that Mosala understands that to the extent that the theme today here, as I read it, at least the first part, the first portion, it says, and I read it carefully, thrice, twice, and I went on 5 times. I'm sure I'm reading it, because it is saying, giving theology a world of its own, feet and hands, giving theology its world, feet and hands. And I'm saying to myself, come on, there is something here. There is something that the organizers are not saying. You know, the people with erudite people, learned people get to be so esoteric sometimes. They can say something and you don't understand, but they are saying it to you. I don't know why are they not saying it the way it is. Because there is a lot that is hidden in that line. Because my first question, Comrade Mosala, was, come on, can I just first problematize the giver? Who is giving? Is giving? Oh, come on, you come here and you give. Who are you? Who is giving? Are you a Samaritan? Where did you get the money to give? I don't know about that, you know better, but I have that question. Who are you who are giving? What is your ideological orientation for you to give? What is the purpose of your giving? Why are you giving? Because if we can understand the ideological orientation of the giver, then we might at least have an idea of the product of his giving. What is he or she giving to the people? Then I move from the giver because I don't understand the giver. But the giver is very philanthropic. He's giving. But then the giver says he's giving to theology its world. I'm saying to myself, come on. Why does theology have to be given its world? Where is it now? Where is the theology now? Is it in the wilderness? How did theology get into the wilderness? How come? And then who was there helpless and folding their arms when theology was dumped and plunged into the wilderness? How come that theology doesn't have its own world? Okay, if it doesn't have its own world, in whose world is it now surviving? Somebody else's world? Who is that? And then I moved on and I say, aha, they even say that this theology doesn't have feet, it has got to be given feet. And I'm saying this is problematic because first of all, if this theology has to be given its world, that world has got to be the world of the wretched of the earth. That world has got to be nothing else but the world of the wretched of the earth. And if that is not that, forget about it. There is nothing to give. You are in fact taking away what has already been taken away. But what type of feet are you giving? Because you are telling us it has no feet, or if it has feet, it can't even walk with those feet because those feet were not meant for it. But can you now give it, Comrade Mosala? You have done that. Can you now give it feet to kick? Not just fit to walk and then fit to stroll. There is nothing nice here in this world. Can you give it fit to kick if you can? Can you ensure that those nails are never clipped? They are as long and as sharp as they can be so that when they kick, they injure and they kill. If you're going to give it, Comrade Mosala, in your theology, which you have done in your theology, please don't give it the type of hands that is going to massage the oppressors. Give it the type of hand that is going to clap and the type of hand that is going to punch. Your theology does exactly that. Your theology does exactly that. And then when I was going through, I'm not going to lie, I was browsing. I didn't read. I can't read all that. I was just as a tau. You know me as a tau. Just. But now when I'm looking here and I'm asking myself, I wonder how, because when I heard about you, that you were dealing with your theology using tools. No, I hate euphemism. Using weapons of black consciousness and the dialectical conception of history. And then we said in the BCM, aha, there starts the trouble. Because if he does that, and then from a Marx who says religion is in fact the cocaine of the masses, the cocaine they smoke so that they get so dizzy and they forget about the harshness of their world. They escape from their world. Smoking, as Marx says, not me, this cocaine that is called religion. And I was, how is my comrade president is going to deal with this? Because now he's bringing this tower here. Lenin, Lenin is hostile. You can, Friedrich Engels, hostile, all of them. But why do you bring them into theology? And I was saying to myself, sooner or later, we're worried that this tower of us is going to put us in trouble with the masses. Because having looked at Jean-Paul Sartre, knowing his ontology, this president of ours was going to end up with a godless theology. We're worried about that. Precisely because our people are a believing people. African people, black people are a believing people. And their human reality is anchored in the concrete platform of spirituality. Now, if you're going to end up with a godless theology, you're in trouble. But let's check our Mosala. We're checking him in the BCM. We're checking him in Azab, because he must not eliminate God. You must not eliminate whatever he does, but he must not lynch the theos in his theology. We're checking him. We're checking him. But because I thought he saw us checking him, and somewhere, but he worried us when he said, in the Bible, when you study the Bible, set aside, forget about the Bible being inspired by God. Forget about that. So what is that this tower saying now? But he says, hey, come on. The Bible is the product of the ideological orientation of its authors in their time, in their circumstances, informed by their class aspirations. What is this tower of us? He's going to get us in trouble. What is he saying? Why? Okay, fine, he's right. Tower, you are right. Can you say this thing aside? Don't. You're right. But he moved. We thought we were going to be in trouble. And we went on. We checked him, and I wondered, personally, how is Comrade Mosala going to deal with the issue or concept or principle of the Passover? I checked him. Is he going to pass over the Passover or gloss over the Passover? I'm not going to delve into the historicity of the Passover. I'm not going to delve into the historicity of the Israelites coming to Africa and being enslaved by Africans. I'm not going to delve into the historicity of that question, because you're going to lynch me if I do that. You're going to lynch me if I do that. But we are looking at it this way, that if it is true that in the Bible God comes to the Israelites and then say, can you please help me as God? Help me as God, because tonight I'm coming to you. I'm going to kill the seniors of the Commercians, of the Africans. But to save you, can you ensure that you smear blood on your doorposts? I'm worried about a God who could make such mistakes. I'm really worried about that God who could make such. But let's leave that. And I move on, and as I'm going to sit down, and I'm saying, as I read you, Comrade Mosala, it seems to me that your theology is antithetical to theology. Your theology is antithetical to theology. Your theology is critical to theology. It grapples with theology. It, even like Jacob, grapples with God himself. That's why God at some stage had to go back to heaven, limping. Because sometimes you grapple with God. That's why Theosoga says, Liza, lisitingalako, fulfill your promise. Hey, come on, sometimes when you talk with God, you must be rough. Fulfill. Don't beg. How can you beg under the circumstances of landlessness, poverty, and so forth? How do you do that? How do you do that? And so, to me, Comrade Mosala, you remember when you were in the BCM, Comrade Mosala had an oxymoronic relationship with the Black Consciousness Movement, with Azab. He's in Fort Hare University in the 60s. And there, together with his comrades, Biko and others, they then found the Black Consciousness Movement. We're sitting here with a founder. But this oxymoronic relationship is such that Mosala is a producer who was himself produced by the Black Consciousness Movement. He was a founder who was he himself founded and trained by the Black Consciousness Movement itself. And that is why during those times he was still Jerry. Jerry? What Jerry? What does it mean, Jerry? And they processed him in the Black Consciousness Movement because they had to liberate the HERMENEUTIcs. HERMENEUTIcs had to be liberated because Jerry had his knee on HERMENEUTIcs. Jerry had his knee on the neck of HERMENEUTIcs. It was difficult for HERMENEUTIcs to breathe, and the Black Consciousness Movement kicked away that Jerry. We don't know whether it was Jeremiah or Gerald. The Black Consciousness intuition made it a point that at least he hid that point. We're not saying there's anything wrong with Jerry, but we are saying there's everything right with HERMENEUTIcs. So, as I sit down, can I just sit down, Dr. Mukwen? Can I just sit down? Can I just be some apocryphality, just a bit of it, not too much, Prof. I can see you're worried. Just a bit of it. What is to be done? That's a Leninian question. Is theology dead? Is there a need for liberation? People who think we're liberated, they think there's no need for liberation. Where are we now, theologians? If you think this is a post-colonial society, you won't worry about colonialism because you are post it. Only to find out just when you are post it, you are right inside it. In fact, it is coloniality. It is, in fact, neo-colonialism. But because you thought you were post it, then you are in trouble. And in fact, because I see Prof, and I forget that Prof is, in fact, part of the camaraderie bourgeoisie, which is a buffer that is put between the ruling class and the people. When I want to hit, I see Prof, and I say, instead of hitting him, I take a selfie with him. Instead of Sel Yelemur Amapul, you know that song? I praise him in the song. Now, this one, if you don't know what to do, you'll find it in what you have rejected. Because theology is not the church, theology is not Christianity, theology is none of those things, but it is in fact a tool and a weapon for liberation. It must critique and critique. Even that theology is not a place for worshiping. You don't worship, you don't have to worship in theology. Leave it to the church. Don't worship. You fight, don't worship. Don't pray, fight. And pray, if you have to pray, for the strength to fight. And then Peter is asking the Lord, Jesus Christ, Domine quo vadis. You know it better than me. That's the one you don't want to talk about. That's the one that is not in the Bible. Lord, where are you going? And the Lord says, I'm going back to Rome to be crucified again. Miko, where are you going? I'm going back to the Sanlam building to be tortured again. I'm going back to the Sanlam building to be denied food. I'm going back to the Sanlam building to be brain injured. I'm going back to the Sanlam building to be driven 1,200 kilometers overnight on a police van, naked, no food, no doctor, nothing. I'm going back. I'm going back to the police cell in Tshwane to die there and be declared there dead there even when I myself don't know when I died. But I'm going back. I'm going back to fight for my people. I'm going back to fight for the land. I'm going back to fight for the restoration of the humanity and dignity of black people, not in South Africa, in Azania. Thank you.
Yo, President. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot of things, a lot of good things. The last time I felt like this, Trent Alexander-Arnold took a corner, Divock Origi scored, Liverpool beat Barcelona 4-0. And we won the Champions League that year. I'm feeling that thing of corner taken quickly. Tawa, that was very befitting. Yeah, that was very befitting. You unpacked the tower so diligently, and now we have context of his Marxist scientific socialism. Now we know the grassroots of the tower. We only encounter him here. And I think that's why I was pleading with you that please, you are going to enrich the conversation, because we needed that specific piece that we haven't encountered anywhere else. I am truly so inspired. It's a privilege, Towers, that you are still alive today to share these spaces with us and to narrate in the way that you have narrated. I am truly left in the appropriate biblical proportions of awe. That was beautiful. Colleagues, can we now please move to a Q&A? And then after that, I know someone who was also very happy is Mr. Veli. I saw you're very excited. We're going to, we have our first question here from Dr. Kobe, and then a roaming mic will come to you. Let us engage the towers. Prof. Joel.
Thank you so much. I actually, I think it's a whole article. I have so many questions. But first of all, I want to say thank you so much to the panelists for this robust engagement. And first, I want to start with the organizers. I am very disappointed that there's not a black theologian or a womanist scholar here who's a woman, when we are dealing with Prof. Mosala, who engaged actually the question of gender. So it's a very worrying thing, and I think we need to make comment about it. Secondly, I want I guess it's a comment or something, Prof. Farisan. I really enjoyed your paper because I really felt like, okay, this is now we are engaging Prof. Mosala, especially on the question of culture. And I think the president of AZAPO also went to that question of culture, and the question that actually that I argue as a new generation of black theologians that the black theologians that we have deliberately close their ears or reading what Prof. Mosala asked about the Bible and the question of culture. Then we continued doing this black theology that still engaged the Bible, still engages the church in the same manner, without actually placing African spirituality and culture at the center. Because when the president of AZAPO says that our people are very spiritual people, they are very spiritual people. Read Ramose Mugabe. They are very spiritual people. But the question that we must ask, which God are they immersed in? Can we truly stand here and say it is a Christian God that our people are truly immersed in? And when we ask that question, then we also follow what he said about that the question of lynching of God, because I'm one of those black theologians that is not liked that much, because for me, I am in a position where I'm throwing the Bible in the dustbin. And asking that question, Prof. Maluleke asked, the black gods must stand. What happens then, Prof, when it's a theoretical or metaphysical question, where actually the black God cannot stand because he has been lynched? And we are continuing lynching the black gods. So we always go back to these books and ask these questions, because it's true, President, we are a very spiritual people, but the question remains, which God? Because Bibi Bagare from Nigeria argues that Africans are 100% Christian, but 100% believing in the traditional gods. But somehow we have continued this discussion within Christianity. But also, before I sit down, the last question. If we're truly engaging the new generation of black theology, we have, and I think Dr. Alan Busak has responded, Professor Alan Busak has responded to that question. I think Prof. Kobo raised on the question of Exodus and the question of women. What happens in the context of Palestinians? What happens when I read the Bible and within that context of the Exodus, in which black theologians took serious, Pharaoh is actually my ancestor as an African? How do I engage then the Bible, first of all? When I go back to my classes of systematic theology, God is omnipotent, omnipresent, or omni-knowledgeable. All these things are found out. It is actually whiteness. Even without having so many white people here, they are still present. That's why Prof. Vianney Velem wrote that article, I'm thinking the West, because we are already thinking the West. So how do we actually pull the skin off ourselves? The white skin that Fanon speaks about, that we have put around ourselves, how do we pull this skin? And for me, if black theology doesn't, Prof, begin where you ask the question about the Bible, if we actually need to engage it, we are still playing games. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Jewel has another question there. You want to answer first, Prof?
But before I forget, just
okay.
Prof. Ramantswana, I think will address the other questions. Thank you very much for your comments, and we are here, to listen to one another and also to be challenged. If we are not challenged, then we betray the legacy. And I don't think any one of us can defend your observation which you made, because it's very clear and it's visible. I'm sure we'll do better, but the challenge is there and we need to accept it. Without accepting the challenge, then we won't move forward. But again, it talks to where we are and our consciousness, because it is not because there is a lack of women theologians. They are there. Okay, and so thanks for the challenge. Now, I just want to give you about us lynching the black god. What? I don't want to say much about that, but I want to give you a practical example of what we are doing. Prof. Ramantswana and I are in the Chivenda Bible translation. You should come and sit in our committee. We have tentatively agreed to replace Elohim, God, as Mwari, the Mavenda God. And so we are still talking about Yahweh, and there are several names which have been suggested. And I can tell you we are going to agree. Yahweh is going to die, and so we are also very creative, things like the temple, for example. We have changed the name for the temple in the Chivenda Bible is Tempere. And now we looked for the Chivenda word, which is Chimbezwa. And we throughout our translation, we are using Chimbezwa. Passover. The Jivenda translation says Paseka. It's from, and we are consistently changing that because the Passover means that God passed over, what do you call that? So we are, but we are going to encounter resistance, okay? Because the first translation in Jivenda was 1936. Now from 1936 and then the 1998 one. So people have been indoctrinated, to talk of Jehovah, who's Yahweh, and Elohim as God, having discarded our own names, of God as being heathen and all those sorts of things. So I think we need to, and we need to really do more. We are just at the beginning. Perhaps our Bible will not be accepted. We don't know. But we are going to put our feet down and move in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. We have a question there from Professor Jewel, and then we can come to you, President. Thank you. His hand has been up for a long time now. Apologies, Pres.
No, thank you so much. I must first indicate that I'm not a theologian at any way and should not be considered as such. I'm a student of religion. My secondment is in religion studies. So the question is purely out of interest based on my work as a religious student. Central to Prof.ITUMELENG Mosala's work is the premise that the Bible itself is a site of struggle. And by positioning the Bible as a site of struggle, he is alluding to the ideological contestations that are inherent within the Bible. And of course, Prof. Farisani alluded to this, and that has institutionalized the dichotomies that exist within our societies for your white and the black. And we continue with churches. I come from the Free State where you have the NG Kerk, you'll have the white and the black, but they say they are all Christians, So, but my question was not necessarily about critiquing the formations that are already there, but understanding what that means for modern theologians. Because what I read when I was called to contribute a chapter, the narrative that is common in black theology is always that God sides with the poor or the marginalized. And that continues to be a narrative. And it's, for me, does not make sense because it lacks the theology of opposite. If you look at the historical context in South Africa, the African, especially the trekkers, believed that they were a chosen nation. And God had given them the power to gain territories, not only by rhetoric, but by force, as the chairperson has noted there, the president. So the question for me would be, what is the role of black theology or theology in general? Now, in rectifying the interpretation of Scripture on the basis of Scripture as a site of struggle, then we will be able to deal with material questions that arise within the South African context. Because without that, we will always say God is in the sky and our heaven is in the sky, and they will never do anything about our circumstances. Thank you.
Professor Farisani, you're going to answer the questions. You are the theologian, I'm not. But except to say that just the question which Prof is going to deal with, and I suspect, I'm very suspicious generally, I suspect that theologians found themselves in the Bible because in the other language that I speak, they say, inkomo irhintyelwa ngofelelwayo. A cow or an ox or a bull, you know, you can best tie it with its own hide. And I think through colonialism and all the other things, the theologians did not create it, but they found the people right inside the Bible, and then they needed to go into the Bible to free them. I don't know from what, but let me leave it at that. A prof is going to deal with that. But let's come to the culture one. This one interests me. Is that, you see, the starting point, the point of departure, is that every religion, anything that is called a religion, is an integral part of culture, of a people in a particular settlement. There's no people that don't have a culture, otherwise you would not be a people. And if you're a people, you would have spirituality, because you are a people, you have culture. So therefore, it cannot be that there are a people who don't have a religion or spirituality. They must travel and go and then borrow it from somewhere else. If there is a religion that is exported from somewhere or imported, you must understand, as a matter of fact and as of necessity, that that religion is also exporting the culture of those people. So there's going to be cultural reception of whatever nature. And that is why you must know, once a religion comes to your borders and say to you, change your name, you know that there is a cultural clash there. Change the way you wear, there's a cultural clash there. Change the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you sleep, the way you worship, then there's a problem there. There is no way in which you need, when you have a culture and religion being part of culture, and then you go to other worlds. And then in his Christology, Albert Cleage deals with this thing of the Black Messiah, which I'm not going to get into. I think he is also trying. I think he's also trying within the rot in the Bible. Yeah, there is rot in the Bible, because dialectics, your dialectics, Prof, says we are not dealing with either or, we are dealing with both. So God himself or herself has to be good and bad. As I'm standing here, I'm dead and I'm alive and dead. I die ultimately because the forces of death in me conquer or subdue the forces of life. I'm dead as it's dialectics, your dialectics, which you use. It's not mine. So I am now saying, therefore, if you're not careful with culture and religion, you are going to end up with a God that goes to a people and then promises that people that he or she, as God, is going to give them as a gift the land of other people, the promised land. That's what you're going to get. And you're going to get a situation where that promised land is in fact a compromised land of bloodshedding and genocide instead of a promised land of milk and honey. That's what you're going to get. And you're not going to question it. When you preach, you're going to skirt around it. I don't know why they use the skirt in English, you know. That's what you're going to do. And then so this issue of the culture, when you're dealing with what we're dealing, is very important. Even, Prof, when you do struggle, you do struggle within the context of your culture. Struggle itself, you do it in the context of your culture. That is why your Methodist Church is in trouble now, because they found now when they're coming from here, the other things don't work. And that's why in the other language I speak now, in your church, they don't sing in the way the others sing, or the originators of Methodism sing. They had to fashion it within the culture of the people for the people to follow it. And that is why, therefore, you will see, as I give you the mic over to you, that's why you will see that there is a reason why our homes are round the roundabouts. That's the reason. Why? Because we don't have corners in Africa. We don't have corners. That's why we don't want our children in the corners. We don't have corners because we are rounded people. And that is why also the Zion Church here, that one that worships in the forest or the bush, they always do that thing in a circle. There's a reason why they do that. There's a reason why the crawl is round. There's a reason why our people, when they're doing their things, they sit all together in their regiments, but together in a round circle where there is no beginning, there is no end. That's the reason. Because all it originates, you know where? From your womb, man. From your womb. Because itself is round. And that's why even when you die as an African, you were buried in a grave that resembles the womb. And then even when you die, these things of coffins in the 19th century, it's a new thing. We don't know those things. You used to sit there in the grave. You sit. You don't sleep. This thing of sleeping, you sit because you've got to work. You can't be sleeping. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you. Few words, but I think the other theologians will come in as well. I see Comrade Itumeleng and Comrade Itumeleng, you know, they are together, you know, and our young Comrade Itumeleng will also answer one of the questions. But I just want to problematize this whole thing of thinking that God is on the side or was on the side of the oppressor. I don't believe it. You see, the Bible has different voices in it. So you decide. There are oppressive voices. There are voices which relegate women to the kitchen and that they must not take leadership positions in the church, regardless of the fact that they are in the majority. Regardless of the fact that without them, the church will die. There are voices within the Bible of women who changed circumstances, you know, of women who took a stand and fought against their material condition, and they are role models. So now I don't believe once when the Afrikaners were oppressing us, when they were killing our people, God was on their side. I don't believe it. Look, God gave you the intellect, okay? So you can't blame God later, you know. And now we have our oppressors today, you know. We have our own oppressors, black oppressors, you know? And so now I don't believe that God is on their side. No. I may be in the periphery. I may be being pushed. But one day, I'm going to be in the center as well, you know. And even when I'm sleeping, now I can't believe somebody who's oppressing me to tell me that I'm evil, that I'm ugly. Because you see, God has already told me in Genesis 1:31, and he used the word tov me'od. So I'm exceedingly beautiful, you know, so there is nobody who can come to me and tell me I'm ugly. Come on, man, you know. So now the issue here is you really need to choose your side. And when Professor Itumeleng Mosala was writing his book, when he was doing his theology, there were voices, okay? There were books and volumes which were writing the opposite of what he was saying. There were our own people who were selling out, okay? So there were people who were asking him why he's not writing about Romans 13. You know what I mean? But he chose his methodology. He chose the way he interpreted the Bible because he had a cause. And again, it brings us to the whole issue of ideology. You know, if you think that you don't, if actually you don't know your ideological orientation, then you have a problem. Then you will be tossed around. You know, firstly you need to understand yourself. Who are you? Okay, who's the giver and the receiver? Before you understand that, you know, you will just be like waves and you will be tossed around. Most of us don't understand what we want and where we're going and what we need to do, you know. And so when I sit down, I believe that God sides with the poor and marginalized. And when I read the Bible, I read it against the gray, and I try to, perhaps I'm not always successful, but I try to read it from the perspective of the marginalized and those that people speak on their behalf, okay? But the powerful are there, you know? But I can't believe in the ideology of the powerful. Why should I? I've got my own ideology, and I'll pursue my ideology, regardless of how many powerful people pursue their own ideology, you know? So now, you see, we people at times, we just create problems for ourselves. When you wake up, you are traveling from here to Limpopo, you decide if you have more than one car. You decide which car to use, right? Or how I should use, what mode of transport I should use. But if you are involved in an accident, then you blame God. You know, I don't understand, you know? So I mean, God has given us the world, and he said, have dominion over it. Okay, so what does having dominion over it means? You know, having dominion over it means you must use your brain to the fullest, you know, to change your circumstances. Malumi, now if you come here, you kick me, and then you say, I'm sorry. Make no mistake, I'm not going to pray, you know. So I will call you to order, and I will fix you so that you have manners, you know. Because the bottom line is, now I don't understand. You know, people want to blame God for things which he did not create. God did not create apartheid. So why do you want to blame God? You know, just deal with the bastard man and whatever, you know, and so I'm sorry, sorry for my French. But the point I'm making is that, you know, people are prisoners. They can't even liberate themselves, you know, because they are waiting for someone to liberate them. Who will come and liberate you? Stand up, young.
Thank you so much, Professor Farisan, and thank you so much, President. Colleagues, we have come to the end of the first two sessions, and we are now going to break for lunch. It's 23 minutes past 1. Can we be back an hour later? And I also want to thank you for working well with me. I'm going to sit down indefinitely. I'm done for the day. After lunch, Reverend Makalima is going to be the program director. So let us go and eat, colleagues, and see you in an hour.
Banking school. These were my hours at school. After lunch, I almost never attended those classes. I would always run away from school. So these are not study-friendly hours of the day. But anyhow, my name is Luvuyo Makalima, a managing director of Ukholo Nengqiqo Research Institute. For those of you who do not understand that heavenly language, Ukholo means faith, Ngqiqo means reasoning or reason. So it is Faith and Reason Research Institute. Now, an institution like UNISA has been here forever. And all of this greatness that adorns it speaks of all that it has acquired over the years. Who were its founders? I'll let you answer that question to yourself. But a small-time, humble institute like Ukholo Nengqiqo Research Institute is our initiative. It is your initiative. It is our thing. And we hope that God will bless it as He has blessed this august institution, that 100 years from now, it would have made its influence in society. Why do I have to tell you that? Because Ukholo Nengqiqo Research Institute initiates this project in collaboration with the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies here in UNISA, under the expert and extra humble leadership of Prof. Ramatswana, its head of department. So far, Ukholo Nengqiqo has established, along with the Department of Biblical and Ancient Studies, the Mazamisa, Welile Mazamisa Symposium on the New Testament, Exegesis and Hermeneutics. And last year, some of you were here to witness that event. That was on the 10th of August last year. That is an annual event. And this year, right now, today, this is a launch of the PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala Symposium on the Old Testament, Exegesis, and Hermeneutics. That's what it is. Now, the hope is that these symposiums would transform themselves into research chairs in this university, hopefully, or elsewhere, where we can have a Welile Mazamisa chair on New Testament exegesis and hermeneutics, and where we can have PROF.ITUMELENG Mosala research chair on Old Testament exegesis and hermeneutics. What we have here was built by some other people, which we later have had to disagree with. I mean, the establishment, UNISA, these halls, all these things, you know, these beautiful things, they were established by some people, which we now are in disagreement with. Yeah. Now, this is our thing. The Welile Mazamisa Symposium, the Mosala Symposium, the research chairs that these symposiums will evolve to, this is our thing and our own collective contribution to knowledge in South Africa. Before I call Professor Mosala, and maybe this will answer the question of why hermeneutics. Professor Mosala's work, especially biblical hermeneutics and Black theology in South Africa, is a product of the 80s, 1980s. And the 1980s were a decade of hermeneutics. It was a year of battle over theory and methodology. Something we don't hear much of today. Theory and method, not emotions. It was not a battle of emotions, whims and feebles, but it was a battle of theory and methodology. And it is in that time when Professor Mosala in 1986 first released a paper with JTSA with the title Socio-Scientific Approaches to the Reading of the Bible. 2 steps forward, 1 step backward. And that title appeared as his chapter 2 in the book that you know now as Biblical Hermeneutics and Black Theology, which was the work of his doctoral thesis. Now, in that chapter, chapter 2, I see that a lot of you have read that book, so you'll recall this very well. Referencing the literary theorist Terry Eagleton, Professor Mosala says that it is in the advent of sociological methodologies or these social scientific approaches. And Professor Mosala says, referencing Terry Eagleton, modern biblical criticism has its own root in the battle over the absolutist state, of the time. And because of its efforts, it has since overthrown the absolutist state and giving way to the bourgeois state. Now the bourgeois state is the problem. No longer the foregone absolutist state. The bourgeois state is the problem. If we are then to address, this is what Professor Mosala says, if we are then to address the problem of the bourgeois state, there can be no way that we can still resort back to the earlier historical critical methods, which were positivistic in their attitude. So, Mosala emphasizes, we need critical methods that will separate themselves from those earlier intentions that brought up the state, so that we can properly address matters of the bourgeois state that was. Now this had me thinking, What would Mosala say if he was writing today? I hear Prof. Ramaswamy has spoken very ably of the decolonial turn, a favorite theme of UNISA, by the way. That's how you know something is from UNISA. It must have decolonial somewhere. Then you know this is from UNISA. Decolonial turn talks about that. Now I understand well what a decolonial turn or decolonial turn might be. I understand that very well. But decolonial. So there were methods that preceded the decolonial turn. There were critical methods that preceded the decolonial turn, which has brought the critical state into what now Professor Ramaswamy says is a decolonial turn with a decolonial attitude. Now here's the question. Have our methodologies changed? Or are we using the same methodologies that have put up this government over us? Back to Mosala. How can we criticize this government faithfully and thoroughly with the same methods that brought this government to power? Maybe the time is now. This is an altar call now. To all of you scholars, this is an altar call. Maybe I should get a bench here in front and call you forward. Call you scholars to turn. As we are in a decolonial turn from those methodologies that have brought us here. I'm not talking about those earlier methodologies I'm talking about your own methodologies. Because the way Mosala writes, what he writes in chapter 2, it doesn't look like he would recommend that we stick to the same methodologies to resolve problems of the state which was brought into being by those methodologies. All of those who have ears, let them hear. And because I'm not in academia, I can even say, as a believer, I know believing is not fashionable in universities. And when some people talk here and their pronouncements they make about faith, and I think, what happened to the stoning of heretics? But anyway, yeah, that's a joke. But partly, yes, I mean it because I'm a confessional believer. I'm a confessional believer, So, yeah, partly a joke, partly serious. Now, I will call on Tawa to tower over us with his remarks and response. Tawa is Zaputi. with a whole bag. What's happening? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Prof, what are you going to do to us? With so much bags. Yeah, sure.
I must thank you very much for the introduction. I think it's really helpful because it brings us to some point and asks questions that help us not just look back. Of course, I'm very ready to mark the scripts to tell you how you did when you talked about how you read me, and I'm very grateful that you did read me that way, and I hope that you can continue to read me. I'm all over the show, really all over the show. I'm not in the business of reading from one script. And that's why I always carry bags with me, because my speech is all over the show in all kinds of scripts. In a sense, I'm like the Bible. And if I haven't convinced you so far that the Bible is both one and many. It reminds me of that person that saw Jesus passing at the graveyard and came rushing to Jesus. I can't remember how the story goes. What I remember is that Jesus eventually said to this person that he is not alone. They are many. I don't remember the story well. I don't preach much these days, so I don't remember verses that well. But you know the story I'm talking about. Or he said himself that appealed to Jesus that please listen to me, allow me, because I'm not alone. We are many. And I think you really did very well, including the president, who's not a theologian. You did extremely well. And you read me to myself. And I couldn't believe. I took my book with this morning when I came, because I haven't read it since I produced it many years ago. And I've had the privilege of people telling me what it is that I've written in it. And I thought this is the moment, this moment of this type of recognition, where I must at least have it next to me in case someone says I said something that I don't think I said. I can ask them what page. But I am extremely grateful for the opportunity and for having to listen to you and to listen to what people have been going through, for sharing your experience of the book and the other writings that I produced, sharing that back with me. I think that's an absolute privilege. I don't know if there are many people who get that privilege of having that done for them. You have re-educated me, even about my own hermeneutics. But there are two other things before I move on. One of them is, before I forget, the president asked me as we were going out, when I was congratulating him and saying to him, I didn't know he knew so much. And he said to me, but did we say the right things? I said, absolutely. You covered the whole field as far as I'm concerned, except that there's one other script, and I say to you, I write many scripts. My species are many species, either all in one or everywhere. When my colleague over there said he's not a theologian, he's just a scholar, but he's read my works, and he gave a summary. What for me was a really wonderful summary that brought together all of the things that I heard you say today, and that I recognized. I said, no, that's true. So I'm happy with the contributions. It is important, however, to remember that summary. The summary, if I can reproduce it as much as I am able to, said something like that the Bible is the site of struggle. And that for me is what liberates me about the Bible. And that's why I said to my professors, when I started to write just before I left the country no, I'm not telling the truth. I was already back in the country. When I started to write, other than writing dissertations themselves, I started to say my base has to be outside the Bible and outside the church. But I do want to write about the Bible and about the church, but I want to write from outside. Because I wanted to launch a battle. I just felt like I actually like God. But I don't want to be captured. I want to be a willing victim. And so I want to stand somewhere on my own platform. And I said, but what is your platform, Mosala? I said, no, my platform is a small township in the city of Bloemfontein, where the 1922 miners' strike happened, where every street has a church except my street, and where the African National Congress was founded at in 1912. It's just up my street. That's my platform. That's where I come from. The people who know me from that. And I never actually understood why it was that there was no church in my street when every other street there had a church in it. I think I still don't know, but it's okay. I was the first minister of religion from that township, came from that street without a church. And I was very happy about that. I was also the first PhD from that whole township, and I came from that street where there was a church. So I keep getting blessings. I think things are fine. So having talked about the summary, I think that summary says there's no such a thing as the absolutely correct or absolutely incorrect thing in the Bible. The textual ideologies of the Bible are products of warring communities. I'm not meaning warring in the negative sense. I'm meaning it in the sense that I say my township is in Bloemfontein, in a street called Martley Street, where there is no church. Now that is incontestable. And that's true. But that doesn't make it untrue that somebody else comes from another street in another part of Bloemfontein where there is a church. So those two truths are true. And I think an approach to the Bible that's like that somehow. I don't know how else, what kind of English I must speak to articulate it. But we'll come back to it. What also happened this morning in the discussions towards the end of this last session was a very strong debate around culture. Because you see, it's all very well me and Takatso Mofokeng and Alan Busak and all of those people to talk about the black struggle and talk about it as if it's only a South African phenomenon. Because there are black people all over the world, and not all black people talk black struggle. In fact, some black people are offended by black struggle talk. So I want to start off by taking by picking a battle with my friend and colleague and fellow traveler, Professor Mofokeng, because he has betrayed me. He was supposed to be here with me. In fact, he disorganized me because he called me 2 or 3 weeks ago to ask us to plan our presentation together. And we agreed, we even talked about presenting together at the same time, because there is a characteristic that binds our theologies. We are both black theologians, and that's a common identity, but we also are different. I'm standing on the biblical platform. He's standing on a systematic theology, philosophy platform. I dig. I'm like an excavator or a miner. I dig. He processes. He takes the gold that's already dug out and he prepares to sell it. I don't sell. Now, the reason why I am angry is not because we're coming from those two positions together. It's because years back when we both were in Botswana, at the University of Botswana, I wanted to do what he proposed to me that we should do today. I wanted to do that. Was in 1980, I think, when we were together in Botswana. In terms of my study and my research focus, I wanted to do what he said the two of us should do today. And so last week or 3 weeks ago when we talked, and he proposed it now, that we should both do what he said I shouldn't do in 1980. I agreed to do it, and now he's not here. I'm coming back to the issue of culture, because I think he's come around. It took him long to get here. He's where we were at the debate before lunch, on culture, on land, on race, even to some extent on church. It took him longer. It took him since 1980 to get to where we were this afternoon. And he wanted that to be the beginning of this session when we talk. I wanted to do it in 1980. And now I have postponed for all those years because he delayed me with the assignment of sticking to the Bible. Of course, I'm not regretting. And I would like to go back to saying whether he or she exists, that is God. I'm glad that God kept me in the Bible, because that's a terrain of struggle. That's a site of struggle. I think it's better than theology. Because, and I will get to that now, as I prepared for today, I remembered that I have just obtained a copy of one of the latest books of Norman Gottwald, who has died not so long ago. I wasn't even aware he has died. I was very angry with my colleagues at UNISA here, all of whom did the memorial service with him and all those things. I introduced Norman Gottwald to South Africa and even brought him here. And when he died, I didn't have the benefit of burying him. I do like burying people. Be that as it may, I have just, now I go to my weapons of struggle. As you know, I'm unable to ascend any podium without some books around me. And it doesn't matter whether I need them or not. As long as I have them here, I feel comfortable. Make sure I've got everything here. So I've got a few books here with me. I may need some, or I may need neither of them. But it's good that they're here. I picked up this book. I ordered a few books from him and from Terry Eagleton, who was mentioned this morning. The reason why I brought Terry was because I was very impressed with myself when I found that Norman Gottwald, in one of his latest books, I don't know if he wrote any other before he died. This one is called Ideology, Class, and the Hebrew Bible. And this is Terry Eagleton's book that is liberally quoted by Gottwald in this book. And Gottwald learned about this book from me when he was my PhD examiner. And he has pulled out some categories from here that he used to write this book. Now, I introduce them partly because I'm going to speak a bit about a chapter here that he writes, which is on Isaiah 40 to 55. And I want to use that chapter to answer you all in the quest and the questions that you asked. I want to use those categories. He used Eagleton's criticism and ideology. And he summarizes them nicely here, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But I must also show you this book, which you might be familiar with. I think it would not be courteous of me not to thank the author of this book today. When I speak to you, I never had any idea that this book would have the life that it has had. And believe it or not, I'm still able to say God is great. The only question is, which God? That's the only question. And that's the only point on which I thought you somehow kept missing me, some of you. When I say God, you think I'm talking about the God that you are thinking about. And maybe I am, but I don't know. And that's the nature of the Bible. In the Bible, you can never know which God is being talked about, because the Bible is a site of struggle. And in the struggle, there are many forces. Some gods are co-opted gods. And in fact, maybe I could go straight into the point about Isaiah 40 to 55. In summary, he says in this chapter about Isaiah 40 to 55, that when you read those chapters, if you know anything about the history of Judah and Israel, but in particular Judah in the south, you can't fail to understand which period is being talked about. Or let me put it this way, which periods are being talked about. You can't fail to locate where the book as it stands was being reproduced from, because that's the nature of the texts of the Bible. There are productions and reproductions and reproductions of reproductions, because the communities that were using these texts span the centuries. They never lived in one place. They were in different places. There were slaves here and slaves there. They were this generation and that generation. I mean, I don't think even yourself you would disagree with this if you just think about your own constitution. It's 30 years into the constitution. What you think it was in the first 5 years is not what it was or what it meant to the people in the 5 years following the first 5 years. And you can go like that. If you talk to South Africans now and you let them talk to you about what the constitution is and what it means, depends on which part of the 30 years they live from. What they consumed in the first 5 years or first 10 years is different from what was consumed even by the same people in the next 10 years. And that's what we mean when we say the biblical text is a site of struggle. But we're serious when we say struggle. We're not talking about just it's an amalgam of perspectives. That's not what we're saying. We're talking about struggle. We're talking about serious things. In 587, I think I've got the date right. I'm old now, I don't remember these things. Babylon attacked Jerusalem and deported predominantly the leadership. There were no ordinary people as well, that some of them, but not all. And not all the leadership, the upper echelons of Judea were deported to Babylon. In case you haven't been surprised like I was surprised, Babylon is modern-day Iraq. For some reason, I didn't know that. I think I'm glad that I didn't know, because when the West attacked Iraq in 1991, I think it was 1991, I was in the UK at that time. I was a visiting professor at Cambridge, and I don't know what I would have felt like seeing Babylon, because I wouldn't. You see, I saw Iraq, but I didn't know I was seeing Babylon being attacked. I mean, where would my sympathies have been? They would have been influenced by whatever I thought it was. At the time, I was just not happy with the West getting in and killing people. I was a normal Christian. So these fellows were deportees in Babylon. They had been the ruling class, both from the temple, from the economy, which was the same thing as the temple, from all kinds of structures, the civil service and so on. Very highly professionalized people were taken into Babylon in 587 BC. And they were slaughtered at a lower level, even though they might have been even more experienced and more skilled than the ruling classes of Babylon. They were slaughtered into the sector, the public sector of Babylon. But with them was the religion, the weapon of religion that they had come with, which was different from the weapon of religion of the people who captured them. And of course, they kept it as secret as they could, but they started forming communities of undocumented foreigners. I'm saying that to remind you of your own reality. They were not called undocumented. They were documented because they were slaves. They were captured. But there began Isaiah 40 to 55. And it was different from what had been taken from Jerusalem to Babylon. Because that was the ideology for managing and running the Judeans. What they started to use from that base was the ideology about how and when are we going to get home, back home? Will we ever get home? And it's patently clear on the text of the Bible there. You just need to know that that was what happened to be able to pick the differences. And it took many years. It didn't take, they kept saying, they kept promising, they kept pulling David from the dead. They pulled this one from the dead. It's predominantly the south of the whole of Israel's ideology. When I say south, I mean Judea as opposed to Samaria. Those ones were taken up by the Assyrians, I think, in 722, much later. That's another story. But if you're going to be dealing with a biblical text, you're going to have to know that Isaiah 40 to 55 is not one text. And the God of Isaiah 40 to 55 is not one God. And the consumers of Isaiah 40 to 55 are different. The guys who were at the top were consuming it differently and trying to sell a different version of it to the guys at the bottom. The guys of the bottom were thinking about their brothers and sisters who were left there, landless, resourceless, systemless. There was no proper public service remaining there, and essentially having been destroyed, the infrastructure destroyed, and all of those kinds of things. And elsewhere in the Bible, all over, there are snippets of evidence of all those things, differently articulated in all parts of the Bible. You go back to Kings, you go back to Deuteronomy, you find pieces and pieces of that same evidence. Isaiah, being an intellectual towers like yourselves, had created a beautiful ideological text of the exile in Babylon. Now, I've picked that as an example of the nature of the Bible. Robert Coote was my professor in California when I was there busy completing my PhD. He wrote this book called In the Beginning.
subtitled Creation and the Priestly History. Now, the priestly class was also in Babylon. They're writing about the beginning of the world, but they're writing about it many years later. They are writing it in the context of the issues facing the nation that they were in, and they write it the way a priestly class would write it. I'm just making the point in passing. And this one, those of you who did Old Testament will remember there are all those different, this one is called the Elohist History, subtitled. It's called In Defense of Revolution. Okay. It is the same Bible, different kind of historical moment, appropriating that same Bible and rewriting that Bible, and you can find the connections. It's it's empirically verifiable. That's really my point. Okay, forget what they call God. That's a perspective. Okay? Forget which of the gods of Israel at any point in time they push. You can't blame them, just as you can't blame us for talking about black theology. When I started black theology, a friend of mine was very angry. He had just come out of Tefloop after the Nkgopotso struggle at the beginning of the BC movement. And I was a young starter-up getting into the ministry of the church. And he talked to me about black theology, and I was very upset. I said, there's only one theology. Theology is theology, Christian theology. I was very, very upset. And he had just been influenced by the BC movement up at Tefloop in the north. Later that year, I went to Mthatha to a conference and met Steve Biko and Rapape. He's here in UNISA. He's what's his position here? Yeah. No. BC Tower. He used to smoke a pipe in Botswana. He's got a position here at the university. He's not teaching. He used Hermeneutical. Hermeneutical. In 1971, I met Harry Nangwankulu and Steve Biko. I had already been introduced to BC, but I wasn't a member. I was just an upcoming. I was just somebody who received stuff from Durban, from the office in Durban. And I met them, and I asked them, what are you doing in a church conference? It was an independent IDAMASA. You know IDAMASA? Interdenominational African Ministers Association. And they said to me, we are people's leaders. We've come to a people's meeting. That was my beginning with the Black Consciousness Movement. My point is that I heard when I listened that we missed the template. Everything we said was correct today. But the template is that the struggle continues. It is not only, I wouldn't say the whole of the Bible is a ruling class document, because it is not, empirically speaking. And you know it. That's why when you pick the revolutionary parts, you pick them, but you make the same methodological mistake to say the whole of the Bible is a revolutionary book. It's not. It's not a ruling class book. It's not a liberation book as a whole. It is the records and experiences of a nation that was going through all kinds of things, made up of all kinds of classes, and they've all left their mark on that book. That's what I'm saying. Now, how do you read a book like that? Because it has to be confusing. One verse you like, the other verse you hate. How do you read a book like that? But this is what hermeneutics is about. Hermeneutics is not appropriation.
Hermeneutics, it's a tool. It's a digging tool. It's bringing out the things that you must get to understand. At the end of this great book ever written in Azania, I made a plea in favor of the Bible. It doesn't come out like that. It doesn't sound like it's in favor, but it is meant to be. Believe it, the writer says so. The plea is the Bible needs to be liberated in order for the Bible to liberate us. I said unliberated Bible enslaves. An enslaved Bible can't liberate. That's the function of an intellectual. Let me put it that way, because that's what we are. Theologians are intellectuals of faith, so to speak. You don't own the faith, but you are trained to help people discover the tools, or even make the tools for struggle. It's not the words we must change. That's not enough. I'm patting you on the back. That's an incredible, I know that job. We've gone through it in Black theology, of saying, no, what's our own word for this? That's not enough. Of course we will need words. It's the concepts that you must change. Because you see, let's go back to 40 to 55. 40 to 55, before it reached Babylon, it was an ideological text produced in a tributary mode of production. The features are there. If you know what a tributary mode of production is, how the ruling classes extract the tributes from other nations and from their own people, how surplus value was extracted. Okay? So you can tell the society, you can explain why the concepts that are in the Bible are the way they are, because they're a function of the class that produced them. Okay? They get to Babylon. They're a sub-tributary class now because they are no longer in charge of the forces of production themselves. They're a class, a slave class, still from where they come from. They were the tributary class. They bear the marks of a tributary class, but they don't have the power and the tools of a tributary class. They extract value on behalf of their masters over there. So if we are not going, let me get naughty. And I say naughty, I'm sure my president would like me to be braver than this. If we are not going to just simply say every human community creates its own scriptures, if that's too much to say, if we don't have the guts for that, I mean, I'm also scared. You're not the only one who's scared to create your own Bible. But if we are not going to create our own Bible, because of course history has placed us on a certain spot, maybe we are not able to create that because of where we are historically. I call it Bible just as a way of anomalizing. We should rather say we are in this mode of production, or our people's culture came out of this mode of production. Now, in that mode of production that characterizes our people at this point in time, there are concepts that matches exactly the concepts of the mode of production that produced the Bible. If we still want to stick with that, I just prefer God. If I had my way, I would have no scripture. But you see, I'm not a society, I'm just an individual. And societies produce cultural things for society as a whole. So I would soon find myself lonely and I'd come back anyway, back into the community. Okay? So it's not easy. It's a struggle. But if you are going to be religious, you'd better stick it out in this struggle. You're going to have the problem that I had when I had the opportunity to pastor churches here and there. I didn't do that for long, but I did have an opportunity. And I had just come out of the seminary. I was an Old Testament critic like you can't believe. I've toned down a lot now. I'm much smarter now. But I was harsh because I couldn't, and I think you touched on it, President, earlier, I couldn't deal with the fact that this is the reality of my believing community. This is their reality, irrespective of the books that I have read. Okay? Fortunately, I was also committed to the reality that I encountered at seminary, which was to say, if the Bible doesn't have a revolutionary message, we're going to create one for the Bible. Because we must free the country. The alternative is to take a completely harsh position that says, all right, we're not joining you in your churches. Say to my mother, you are on your own. Say to my father, you are on your own. My community, you're on your own. I'll see what I do. When we take over, we're going to abolish this thing. But of course, we knew we're not going to. But we are also not going to feed them the colonial version of this thing. So theologians are absolutely needed. Tate Farisan, back to you, just a little bit. I liked what you said about the pharaohs and the Herods. I liked that language because you kind of moved nicely out of the Moses thing all the way into the Jesus period. But you're describing the reality as it was during Pharaoh's time, as it was during Jesus' time, and as indeed it is during Ramaphosa's time. Not to say anything about Zuma. I like that because what we are then doing is we are addressing oppression and corruption. We are addressing the problem and not the people. They say that in soccer, don't they? Don't play the man, play the ball. And every time we don't play the ball, we miss the point. We don't score. We get a penalty. But that's theology. Obviously, it's so difficult. It probably would have been easier not to have theologians around, or maybe at least those of liberation. The other theologians are fine, they can preach anything they want. They can come to the churches and lull them over, it's fine. But for us, it's tough. It's a struggle. Chair, you and the President also addressed the issue of where we are now. This mode of production stuff that both Gottwald and Terry Eagleton talks about. Maybe I should if I can find my specs. Maybe I should, not these ones, the other ones. There's a pair of specs somewhere. Oh dear. There is them there on the. There's a paragraph here that really grabbed me, really grabbed me. In this 40 to 55 Isaiah stuff that Gottwald writes about. He says here, and it's only the last part of the paragraph I want to read to you. He says, this might not come out all right because I'm reading half of the paragraph. I think only two oblique indicators of the anticipated governing shape of the restored community from which we may draw inferences. And this is where I'm trying to make sense from a half a sentence. It's very difficult to do that with half sentences. From which we may draw inferences about the way the ideology of this text signifies the concrete conditions of struggle over the political structuring of the restoration. These guys were concerned about the restoration. We can call it the liberation. That entire text is talking about how do we get back home? How do we get over this oppression, this enslavement? And then these guys, Gottwald and Terry Eagleton, in analyzing this text, are raising the issue of how does this text get over signifies the concrete conditions of struggle. When they write, in their writing, in the text, how does the text itself signifies the concrete of struggle over the political structuring of the restoration? In other words, how do we define the liberation on the basis of the concrete conditions that we are observing? And I think that's what's been the problem in South Africa. Your last questions, you talked about where the methods have gotten us to. And I think I've talked to other people earlier on. I talked to you, comrade, about Frank Chikane and the what's that thing that's coming on the 9th of April? The Kairos document. We talked a little bit about the Kairos document. You see, the Institute for Contextual Theology, which was headed by Frank Chikane, and all of the comrades who were in it, and we were too. We parted ways a little bit towards the end, not a little bit, quite radically actually, a little bit, because it became clear that these were two different paths, contextual theology and black theology. And the differences in the vision of freedom were beginning to show. The contextual theology, and I'm glad that the Kairos document is going to be celebrated, 40 years of it next month. It'll be interesting to hear what it is saying. We parted with it right at that point when the Kairos document was written, because for us, the conditions, the concrete conditions of the struggle needed to be signified differently in terms of the outcome. Black theology was presupposing the end of a colonial oppression. You can choose to call it what you want. You can choose colonialism of a special kind or whatever. But it was settler colonial, white settler colonialism. And we wanted to hold hands with whoever. But
there must be no doubt what is it that we are taking out, and therefore what we are taking in. The discourse of contextual theology was how to establish the non-racial society. Now, non-racial society can be built with the same resources that come from a racial society. The dismantling of non-colonialism means, of colonialism, settler colonialism, means the actual dismantling. You can't use any parts of it to build a new society. And that's the problem of Isaiah 40 to 55. It's the same ideology of oppression that was happening in Judah that is now being remodeled by these guys who are now oppressed in Babylon, to take it back to Judah when the restoration comes. But what is worse is that when they do take it back, it's not because they've cleaned it up in any way. The constituent parts of it are exactly the same thing, probably worse now. In fact, worse now. Let me just get back to that half a paragraph. The constituent parts of it, as it goes back to Judah, is actually worse than, you see now, the problem with text, now the text has disappeared. Okay, no, it's here. He says one of the indicators is the identification of Cyrus. Now, Cyrus, don't know if people remember the geopolitics of that time. Babylon was, what is Iraq now? Cyrus was the emperor of Persia. And Persia and Babylon were fighting. And the exiles from Judah who were in Babylon were taking the side of Persia. They saw Persia as a liberator for them to be able to go home. They assumed that because it is not Babylon, they embraced him, and the Bible actually says so in this place. They call Cyrus Yahweh's Messiah in 45:1, chapter 45:1. And they make the announcement that says the announcement of a covenant between Yahweh and the community addressed, which is described as incorporating and continuing Yahweh's dependable covenants. They are old covenants. They take them, they clothe Cyrus with them, who's another imperialist, because they have given up hope themselves of liberating themselves. Now, I don't think that this is strange to you. We've seen it happen over and over. But to come back to the final point, which is the point that you were making, Claude Ake, Revolutionary Pressures in Africa. I'm finishing now. Identifies I forgot a lot of things. You know, I wanted to tell you, I wasn't going to do it, but I wanted to tell you that the original theme of my address was the Bible will never be the same after Gaza. That's what I was coming to speak about. And then your Takatsu Mufuki took me offline. And here I am here. But it's fine, I'll finish off with him. We'll talk another time about about Gaza. I spent a lot of time in the last 2 weeks preparing around Gaza, trying to find Gaza all over the Bible and find the context of Gaza all over the Bible. Gaza is very interesting because it's been in the mix everywhere. Everywhere it's in the mix. It's never won anything, but it's in the mix. It's like, what do you say in soccer? The person who plays in the middle there. What's it called? It's not back, it's not forward, it's a midfielder. Gaza has been a midfielder, and it's a midfielder in the Bible. In the end, I'm deviating a little bit. In the end, right in Acts, deep in the New Testament, Gaza appears for the last time in the Bible. All the way from Genesis, there's Gaza there. I think after the last incidents in Gaza, the Bible will never be the same again. But that's another story. This man here says, when he talks about where we are, you raised where we are, Prof. Farisani, everybody raised where we are. The chair, you raised where we are. You asked for where we are. Where we are is quite simple. This man says here, he writes about Africa and the problems of Africa. He says, the core of the problem of indigenizing African economy is the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in Africa. Here, contradiction between our bourgeoisies, the African bourgeoisies, and the African people. That contradiction, because the African bourgeoisies don't work for the African people. They are in the employ of the colonial bourgeoisies. And this is an empirical matter. We can do a statistical analysis, we can check everything, we can check the shapes of the economies of Africa. That is the core of the problem. And that is the core of the Bible as well. Because when we take 40 to 55, and we think about what Judah will look like when these guys go back, and by the way, they did go back. They did go back under Nehemiah. And guess who had hired Nehemiah to go and rebuild? Persia. So the neocolonial class, our current ruling class, has a fundamental contradiction between them and the people who were oppressed in real terms by apartheid. The Bible says that from beginning to end. My plea as a biblical scholar is, please read the Bible. But just read it with your own eyes. If you do, you will see these things. The things that you know, the violence that you were describing this morning, the people behind that violence, the mafia, construction mafia, the police that are bribed. I still regret, I've told you before, that I was supposed to have written my master's degree on corruption. But I refused because I said, no, there's no corruption among the black people in South Africa. We are not in charge. How can we be corrupt? And I said, I want the revolution, I want justice. And this poor Latvian exile in England was pleading with me, please research on corruption. Little did I know there will be a Zondo one day and I'll work for Zondo. I refused, but the truth about the prophets are talking about corruption in the church, in the temple, corruption in the state, corruption everywhere. The point about it is that justice cannot be established on the foundations of corruption. It can't. It doesn't stand. I don't doubt that Mandela brought about at that point in time a political system that smelled of freedom everywhere, that looked like freedom in every aspect. What we had not checked were the foundations on which that freedom was being built. And however, none of us can, even the Black Consciousness Movement cannot build a just society on the foundations of corruption. The PAC can't do that. The DA can, nobody can. The foundations holds the thing together. It's all in the Bible. All we need to do is read the Bible. But what is nice about theologians is that they read it with additional tools. Thank you very much. Oh, I was going to just say, I'm sorry about that. I was just going to say that there is the issue of Moses and Joshua. Please take that home. And there is the issue of John the Baptist and Jesus. It's important to check those fellows, those two couples together. We're dealing with two stories about the same thing between Joshua and Judges. This thing here has an article that asks the question, Joshua or Moses? And there's enough evidence to suggest that the Israelites were never in Egypt as the kind of slaves that we are told they were. They did go there later, but the Exodus did not happen in Egypt. It happened in Canaan. Thank you. Apologies. Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, Prof's bringing off these books here, all of these books in these bags. Remind me of one of the three things that I think we are losing in academia today, which I very much think should be an integral part of decolonialization. What is that? The text. The text is slightly vanishing in academia. When you are even prescribed books by your lecturer, he gives you the notes of this and that, but students do not become adept to wrestling with the mind of the text by reading the text themselves. So maybe as part of decolonialization, we should also add tola lege, take up and read, like Augustine, or in the Renaissance fashion, add Fontes. Let us return to the texts themselves. Let us not just babble about things, but let's point exactly where we have gotten that, in what context of that thought. So, Miss Dr. Lerato, you have to close for us. But as you come and close for us, I also remembered Prof. Mahmoud Mamdani. If any questions, Lerato will take them for us. But I would suggest that those who need to catch up before the traffic, maybe, I don't know, but Lerato will deal with the questions just now. Mamdani talks of the problem of the current university in Mahmoud Mamdani in his paper Decolonizing Universities. And then he says there are two types of thought leaders. One is informed by excellence, but the other one is informed by praxis. So one theoretical excellence, the other praxis, and sometimes that praxis plays a lot into relevance, and sometimes it loses all touch with theoretical and methodological excellence. And now we find people who should be scholars but are out there in the public a lot, speaking without the text, without theory, without methodology. You know, and Mamdani advises that maybe to decolonize the university, these two have to be blended together. The scholar must be the so-called public intellectual, as they are called today, although I still haven't figured out what that is, but a public intellectual, and a public intellectual must also be a scholar. And remarkably, we always find that in Professor Mosala, because to this day, from back in that day when he published the great and marvelous book, he showed us you can always pin him down to his theory and his methodology. You can always, even if you don't hear his voice, but hear his theology expressed, you can identify the theory and the methodology, and also the texts that are related to it. Now, much of people that make pronouncements over us, we're struggling to identify those things about them. And you can deal with folks that wish to have some questions. Thank you, Prof. Yeah. I think there's one or two people that may want to ask questions. But
Colleagues, is there anyone that wants to ask a question? Because
don't really clean one.
okay. 3. Okay, 3 and then we're done. Okay, and 4. There should be a roaming. Okay, it's coming.
So, for me, I'm not going to speak about your theology, Professor Mosala. I just want to express something that happened. Dr. Kove and I were talking about it. That happened a couple of years ago. That is the fact that your theology not only assisted in terms of theory and methodology, but it also assisted in as far as theology students being able to make the connection and building their own finding their own theological fit after their theological innocence was taken away. In a publication, I'm going to quote what you have been quoted to have been said. I'm not sure whether it's correct. But it has been said that you said sometime, given my background and lived experience, I have no option but to believe. That is the nature of my world. It is impossible for me not to be religious. That, to some of us, when we're having our struggles as theology students, gave us at least an ability to can rationalize where we were, and we're able to find our feet. But that not only did you do that, Professor Mosala, you sort of gave us an ability. So your ability to rationalize religion in the way that you did in the way which perhaps not only did not require the existence of a God per se, whichever God it was, allowed us at least to say our obligation to the church, our obligation to theology itself should not come out of a divine obligation given to us, but out of a sense of duty, a sense of duty to liberate our people and imagine a different world for black people, regardless of whether God was valid or not. Thank you very much for that. I thought I should appreciate you there.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. I think I just want to, I think you started with it, but you didn't continue with it. There's something that I am struggling with as a new generation black theologian, and especially because the struggle we're facing for us is too sophisticated, and we have cancel culture and all these things. You spoke about the undocumented slaves and then the documented slaves. And I'm struggling to nuance this thing because I want to write about it. Statelessness and being an immigrant and having a country like South Africa that was created not for the native, but for the settler colonialist to be able to do business. So in essence, the state is not for the indigenous who is a native into the land. The policies and everything, and I always say when I'm asking this, when I'm making this comment, the interesting part is that Julius Malema and Ugogo, Uzile, they agree on open border. But in whose open border they are alluding to, that's where maybe the debate is too. Because Zille wants an open border society that, of course, trade with only the US and Europe. And then Julius Malema wants a Pan-Africanist state, which we believe in, and a Black consciousness state. But now we believe in Black consciousness and Pan-Africanism. But can we build Pan-Africanism and Black consciousness on the backs of the poor? The ones that are not part of the system. The ones that cannot get jobs, they cannot, all these things that are happening to them. The question is here, Prof, how do we deal with those cries that we label as hooligans, as xenophobic, when they say that they are no longer employed in the farms, they are no longer employed in the rest of the employment in this country, because we know also apartheid was about cheap labor. So therefore, if you employ someone who's not an immigrant, is stateless, that person has no country, has no place to cry to. So therefore, the business can do anything they want. My problem is that Black theologians and Black scholars cannot deal with this question. We only label the poor as xenophobic, and that is it. And I don't think that that is the way, reading your book, we engage what the poor are saying. Because we don't stay in the township. I stay in a flat in Ferry Glen. When people are saying their kids are trafficked, when they say that they have no jobs, when they're saying they have drugs, when they're saying all these problems that I am not there, but I know when I visit, the situation is dire. Even in the villages, there are drugs in my village right now. So how do we then, as scholars, without being afraid of being cancelled for raising this question, but deal with it for what it is? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor. I just want to thank you for what you did here today. The hermeneutics, the clarity, and the incisiveness with which you engaged with realities, with present-day Black realities, contextual of our Southern African continent realities, and with texts, and with different texts, and the production of knowledge. I'm speaking as one of those intellectuals who's outside the university, slightly outside the university, and who is also an activist. And I just want to comment on what happened in our country from the beginning of the year up till recently, also in the light of the man with the orange hair and his antics that affected the whole globe. I told a friend recently that these Afrikanertjies, and I'm one of the people with this name, although my ideology is not where the nephews are who went to Trump. My ideology is extremely different from theirs, but that these cousins and nephews and nieces who went to Trump take all the attention and all the media spotlight on them in February and March, while what happened at the beginning of the year and at the end of last year in our country, and which should have, in my view, dominated the news bulletins, namely the Stilfontein, the Buffelsfontein mine massacre of more than nearly 90 people or more, 90 miners, whatever you want to call them, or more, that issue, that murder, that massacre is safely swept under the carpet. And in the meantime, there's no closure for families, no material help, no funerals, just suffering. And I am on a support group for this Stilfontein support group. The extreme levels of disinformation that feeds the media and that feeds our brains every day is covering up the story. That's what I told my friend. And in the light of, not by directing the question, but in the light of this whole scenario, what in your view, which aspects of the different or the intermingling, interrelated struggles of people living in poverty and on the margins in this country, which are the most important, if you can call it, if you can prioritize the most urgent aspects of the struggles of ordinary, very ordinary, marginalized people in this country right at the moment, in our day and age, and which, through which method, if you wish, through which mode of production of knowledge, versus which other methods of production, how do we deal with this in terms of activism, but also in terms of being public intellectuals? Thank you.
I will be very brief. I really want to take this opportunity to thank you. You know, it was like we are in class all over again, you know. And so it was very enriching and expanding, you know, our world. Now, two quick comments and questions. I missed, you talked of these two characters. I think in Old Testament you said Joshua or Moses. I missed out the other. I don't know whether they were in the New Testament, you know. Jesus and John. Yeah, thank you. No, just one, I'm not done. Jesus and John the Baptist. Thank you very much. Now, the second question.
That I'm yet to probe them. Those last two, I have a suspicion that the result of analysis might be the same as what I have done. I've found out about Moses and Joshua.
Now, thank you very much. The last question is, you don't have to answer it here. I was just thinking as you were speaking and reading these books, the same text which we read, but you know, in a way that we have not. I'm just wondering whether you would consider writing a book, you know, about all these things, something which we can continue to, to drink from our own wells, I'm just, so it's, yeah.
On that note, Prof, maybe my chapter is coming.
Prof, you mentioned two things which caught my attention. One, you said it smelled like freedom. It smelled like freedom. But it wasn't freedom. That's the sense that I'm getting. And that's the sense that I got post-1994 as a young man. That this thing doesn't seem like freedom that I am living in. The compromise that were made, considering Black theologians, the contextual Institute of Contextual Theology, and the compromise, therefore. And of course, we can talk about the compromises in the text as well. The compromise that we made in the transition, can it still be corrected? Can we still dismantle this thing, which is not freedom, and construct something that we can really appreciate as freedom?
Can I start with that? The reason I want to start with it is because I want to dodge it a little bit. It's big. The reason it worked out like that, let me go back to my own analytical thing on it, is that if you take the two theologies, Black consciousness, I said to somebody at lunchtime, was coterminous with Black theology. The one didn't start the other. They started together. Same conference of the university student movement. You see, university, yeah, in 1968 in Stutterham. It was at that meeting of university Christian movement, students movement. It was at that moment that the decision was taken to form a Black consciousness movement organization. So for that reason, Black theology has always been independent. It's not a product of, it was formed at, it's always been independent of its political partner, so to speak, or political, I don't know what to call it. It's the exact opposite of contextual theology. Contextual theology was formed to mobilize religious activists when the ANC was about to return home in the 80s. And it always owed its greatest support and actually almost reported to the African National Congress. So its fate was too bound up with, this is me talking, the fate of contextual theology was too bound up with the African National Congress. So its fate was the fate of the African National Congress. And so when the new state came, there was no necessity for it to survive on its own as an independent liberation theology. It hasn't existed since the the thing we are celebrating on the 9th, since, yeah, it hasn't existed institutionally and even in terms of its own intellectuals. There is no intellectuals of contextual theology. There's only intellectuals of black theology. But that's because whatever happens to AZAPO and the VCM organizations, black theology will continue. We might start AZAPO again, but we won't die if AZAPO dies. I'm thinking on my feet on this matter, but I'm just giving you the history of the two theologies. But also ideologically, then we parted because we don't read the Bible the same way. In fact, we read the church obligations the same way, but we don't read the Bible the same way. If you don't mind, I have the same answer for the two questions. My view is that the space on which black theology as a theology, and I'm distinguishing that from the black theology movement. There's the black theology movement, which is what we teach people to go back into. That should get its act right on its own there and do the things that it needs to do as a movement. But black theologians are the professionals and intellectuals of the black theology movement. They function, and it really goes back to, I think somebody spoke about it here now, it goes back to Antonio Gramsci when he talks about organic intellectuals and traditional intellectuals. We struggle on the space that deals with the issues of the head, because oppression likes the head. The oppressors go first for the head. That's why the colonialists didn't come here without a church. You know, they could have brought the business people, the commercial class, and the military only. But they wouldn't have penetrated any country if they didn't bring the church with. Because the target of the church and the schools was the head of the people that are being colonized. Now, the reason why we're not succeeding, I think, is that we're not intensifying the struggle. We're not fighting, engaging the conceptual struggle. The media for any economy and country is being funded, is important for the business people, for the classes, that is very important. And it defines the ideas, it defines the truth every day. It creates the truth, its truth. My little granddaughter of 8 years old can sing every advert on TV without looking. When an advert starts, she sings with it. She knows all the words on it. And that advert is meant to capture her, to tie her to some commodity. We're not fighting them. That's the reason. If we were out there, not only teaching and doing the things we analyze when we are in classroom, but we must be out there pushing the mental struggle among communities to fight off the attack from the ideological struggle from the ruling classes. That struggle we're not doing too well. When we do a part of it, we do it in church. And those people only have an hour there. And I know the Methodist ones go on for 3 or 4 hours in church on Sunday. But most people who want to go there and get out and go and do other things, it's not enough time. We're not fighting, we're not producing material, we're not mobilizing people on the ideological struggle, which is the theological struggle. Was there another one apart from those 3? Did I answer yours, Prof. Farisad?
Yes.
I can't remember. Oh, the book. The answer is yes, but it ties me up to other responsibilities as well of other people.
Would love to classes.
We can talk more about the specifics of what you're talking about. Digital technology and high that was done for this Trump's thing, and allowing for when you spoke about you talked about
The government, leading government.
no, this one I was saying that you said.
Oh, the first.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll remember to do it. All the nights in classes for asking.
I'll remember it, yeah. Now, I'm promising more discussion in that particular one. The original question you asked.
Do you have something to say, Doc? Yeah. There's a mic coming to you.
Thank you, Doc. Just a quick one to Professor Mosala. Yourself and your generation, Professor Mufokeng, Mazamisa, etc. I think one of the strengths that you had and you continue to have is the ability to transcend, for lack of a better analogy, to make a transition between theology and biblical scholarship. I often, if necessary, make that distinction to say there are theologians and they are biblical scholars. So biblical scholars deal with the text of the Bible, whether old or new. And theologians often say a lot of things that are unrelated to the text. But your strength has been that you have had the ability to wrestle with the text of the Bible. And you had a hermeneutic. All of you had a hermeneutic. In your case, a hermeneutic of suspicion, among others. What would you say as an advice, perhaps? Because this, for me, is something that is lacking and you don't see in the new generation of black theologians or scholars. Such that, as we had as a comment in passing, and Lerato, we speak every time and sometimes argue on these things, such that there is a notion to do away completely with the Bible and concentrate on the struggles of our struggles as black people outside the text. But I'm saying your generation, much as you advanced ideologically the struggles of black people, you had a reading lens, a hermeneutics to do that. But also you critiqued, you were in conversation with the text, something that does not really come out clearly in modern day black theological scholarship. What would you say as a comment, perhaps, or advice to the new crop of black theologians in that regard?
I think I would say it's a curriculum issue. I'm not sure what's happening these days in the curriculum of theological training. I mean, the mix of those things. I started off I started off being interested in philosophy and history when I was at seminary. But biblical studies was compulsory. It was a major that I couldn't stay away from. But my interest was not in that. And then because I was doing it and because I was getting more and more interested, because I just had to do it, I then ended up going that route. So I don't know how curricula stand these days. So I would think that something must be done with the blend between those things. The fact of the matter is that people don't receive philosophy from the pulpit. And they don't receive church history from the pulpit. They receive the word, and you can't blame them when they think that is the word of God.
Thank you so much, Prof. Colleagues, we have come to the end of our program, and I'm just here to say a vote of thanks. Let me thank Professor Madisa. I see you are back, and I want to acknowledge that because you do it every time. You start the day with us, you end the day with us. Even if you have other things during the day, you always come back to finish the program with us. I think that is noteworthy. So thank you so much. The DED is no longer here. He had other matters to attend to. Professor Mashau, thank you to him as well. I'd like to also acknowledge my chair of department, Professor Horisani Ramantswana. And let me also give a warm and hearty thank you to all our guest speakers that were here today. The president of Azapo, Professor Elelwani Farisani, Reverend Hombana. I don't know why I always, and when people do it to me, I get angry. So it's a professional setting. I should refer to you with a professional title. Dr. Hombana, thank you as well to you, and to you as well, Tawa, for even acknowledging and accepting the invitation to be here. We appreciate you so much. And yeah, because yeah, it's really an honor that you were able to join us today. Colleagues, I would like to please, can the guest speakers please join us on stage so that they take their presence. We don't have camera. There's no camera. Okay, let me start with my chair. Thank you, Prof. So Prof bought himself a gift. It's a because I will screenshot it later.
Yes.
Mine is in heaven. Colleagues, thank you very much. I think we are free to go. There's tea waiting for us outside. We can socialize before we get on the road and take the last few pictures. And then please join us again next time. And thank you so much as well for joining us and sitting with us the whole day. We are really grateful from Biblical and Ancient Studies. And to everyone online, thank you.